Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Udah lengkap semua ya? Belum ya, masih belum lengkap ya? Oh, Daniel. Halo, good morning Daniel. Daniel Munoz.
Yes, hi.
Oh ya, are you ready to the first performance?
Of course, yeah.
Yang pertama siapa?
Daniel, Pak.
Oh, bukan Walter ya? Kok jadwalnya Walter sih, Mbak?
Tukeran.
Hah? Kenapa?
Kemarin tukeran. Jadi kemarin kan Daniel, sorry Daniel, we are speaking in bahasa.
Yeah, don't worry.
Jadi kemarin tukeran Pak, kemarin kan seharusnya Daniel, cuman karena ini ada sesuatu dan lain hal itu jadi tukeran. Jadi Walter kemarin, jadi Daniel sekarang.
Ini topiknya apa nih, Mbak?
Topik Daniel itu apa ya kemarin?
Daniel itu yang mana ya?
Daniel itu kayaknya dia udah ini deh.
Good morning.
Good morning, Walter.
Good morning, Walter.
Oh, hi, Daniela.
Very good.
Halo, Walter.
Hello.
Halo. Walter, while I waiting another people to enter.
Daniel, global tectonic ya?
Ya. If you are ready to start?
Yeah. When you tell me, I'm ready.
Ah, yes.
Good.
Okay.
Terus yang kedua tetap yang itu Mbak.
Kenapa Pak?
Yang kedua tetap yang itu, siapa namanya? Sen.
Yang kedua tetap Pak. Yang pertama aja yang berbeda.
Hanya Walter aja yang berubah.
Iya, Walter aja yang berubah, si Daniel.
Oke.
Nah, nanti dipersilakan aja Pak tanpa ada tanpa sebutkan topiknya aja. biar nggak salah. Ya, kita mulai Pak ya.
Ya, silakan.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Good morning Walter, and good morning Daniel Munoz, and thank you very much for your attendance who are loyal to join this training until the training ends. Okay, I invite Pak Supri to open the forum discussion. Time is yours. Ya, silakan Pak Supri.
Terima kasih Mbak Duna. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala ya. Kita diberikan kesehatan sehingga bisa bertemu pada training hari yang ketiga. Ya, harapannya teman-teman partisipan lebih serius lagi mengikuti training ini ya. Jadi boleh bercanda sama temennya meski jauh ya. Nah, tapi nggak boleh tidur ya. Jangan lama-lama dimatiin videonya. Nanti jadi videonya harus dihidupkan. Oke. Baik, kita mulai ya Mbak ya. Selamat pagi, good morning.
Good morning.
Daniel Munoz and also Walter. Today I will continue the training for the third day. The training will start from 8 o'clock until maybe 12. Content 4 session. I, Dr. Musli, Dr. Agustia, will accompany you as a moderator. As usual, trainer will give lecture course for about 20 minutes, and after that, we'll continue with discussion. Now, we can start with the first session. Daniela Munoz from USGS.
Nice to meet you.
The title is Indonesian and Global Tectonic. Okay, Daniel, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for introducing me. Hi, as you already said, I'm Daniela Munoz. I'm from Colombia, and today I'll be talking to you about global tectonics. So let me share my screen right now, and you'll tell me if you see it. So can you see it?
Okay, yeah. It looks good.
Perfect.
Looks great.
Excellent.
All right. So hi, everyone. I'm Daniela Munoz. I'm a geologist with the USGS Earthquake Science Center in Menlo Park, California. I'm very interested in tectonics. I like any approach that gives any clues about paleotectonic reconstructions. In this case, I'll be talking about very briefly about Indonesian tectonics because some of my colleagues have already mentioned a lot of that, and I'll compare the Indonesian tectonics with some other tectonic settings around the world. So this is lecture 9. Remember that we rearranged lectures. First, it was supposed to be Walter, but now I'm giving it today. So let's start talking very briefly about Indonesian regional tectonics. Here in this map, you can see that there's a volcanic arc that outlines the subduction zone of of the Indian plate and the Indo-Australian plate underneath the Sunda plate. In the eastern part, we have the Philippine Sea plate, which makes part of the Pacific plate. And of course, here in East Indonesia, as we have already seen in other talks, there's a very complex tectonic setting of microplates that interacts very complex in that zone. You have already also seen in my colleague's presentation the seismicity of Indonesia. So I'll be very brief here. We can see the Java Sumatra Trench delineated by a very almost ideally defined Benioff zone, Wadari Benioff zone. It continues towards East Indonesia, and here in the Banda Sea area, it kind of bends. So it takes a very nice, kind of like a front of a ship shape, the slab that is subducting right there. Also, we have some interactions here with the Philippine Sea plate, and that here it's subducting in the Philippine Sea trench, some collisional zone here in the Molucca Sea. But why I want to focus in the Eastern Indonesia? Well, I'm going to tell you that in the following slides because I want to compare it with other cases. And let's make a close up here. So as you can see, the bathymetry in the Banda Sea area looks more deep compared to a little bit further west, where the Java Sea is, where it looks a little bit more buoyant. So here in the Banda Sea area, we have some denser oceanic crusts that have been created. For example, here in the South Banda Sea Basin. And also, of course, this volcanic arc that also bends with the slab that is subducting, and as a result of that subduction. Here in the lower left map, I show the arrangement of microplates that was defined by this author, Bird, in 2003. And I just want to mention that, of course, we would have to deepen much more into this, but this is a very complex tectonic setting in which there's a lot of relatively recent plates and microplates that have been created and collided. And here, if we take a closer look again to the earthquakes, again, we see this bending that I already mentioned in the Banda Sea area. And well, in this reconstruction made by Robert Hall in both in the 98 and
Daniel.
Sorry?
No. Sorry.
Should I continue? Okay.
Please continue, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
continue.
So we have this evolution in this model made by Robert Hall. There's some insular continental blocks that have Australian affinity. Those blocks now make part of Borneo, West Sulawesi, and Java, but what were separated in Jurassic times, in a region that was called by this author as Banda Embayment, and later those fragments traveling towards the north collided with these continental blocks that make part of Eurasia. So now let's get into the comparisons that I want to show you. Those comparisons are located in the Circum-Pacific region. Here in the upper right map, we can see like the typical map projection Mercator, like the globe in which we can see the ring of fire. Um, Southeast Asia is here in these circles, but in the lower left map, we can see another kind of map, which is a projection that is centered in a great circle that goes from Taiwan to the Scotia Arc, which is here. I'm going to talk about that later. Unfortunately, we cannot see very clear here the whole Southeast Asian region, but I just want you to show where the other places are. First, we're going to take a look at the Caribbean plate. I live very close to this plate, so um, I can talk a little bit deeper into this one. We have also the Scotia plate located south of South America and north of the Antarctica. And finally, we will see the tectonics of Alaska, which is part of North America and Canada. But first, let's take a little field trip as an overflight here virtually through the Circum-Pacific. So let's start south of South America, where we find the Scotia Plate, north of Antarctica. Here we have South America, the Andean Range. If we keep going north, we find the Caribbean Plate. Here's Colombia, where I come from. If we keep going towards the north, we will find Alaska, the Aleutian Trench over here. Some other trenches. Now we can see the Japan Sea, Philippine Sea, Marianas Trench, which is one of the most deepest in the world. And here we start looking at how complex the microplates are interacting in East Indonesia. Here's Australia, the Timor Trough, the Java Sumatra Trench, and we almost got into India. Now we go back a little to the south, give a turn towards the west, and we finally get to the place we started, the Scotia Plate and South America. So now let's take a closer look to the Caribbean Plate. So in the Caribbean Plate, we have well-defined subduction zones in the west and east boundaries of the Caribbean Plate. The western edge is interacting with the Caucasus Plate, which is oceanic, and the Nazca Plate, which is also oceanic. In these triangles, red triangles, we can see that volcanic activity associated with that subduction. And also here we have the Lesser Antilles Trench, under which that Atlantic oceanic lithosphere subducts under the Caribbean Plate. We also have very complex strike-slip fault zones in the north as well as in the south of the Caribbean Plate. And here in the lower right part of the slide, I put the East Indonesian map in which I want to show you why I want to compare it with the Caribbean. But I want to highlight also a difference in which they both have a relative movement towards the east. Here, the Caribbean moves towards the east relative to stable South America, and the Banda Sea moves towards the east with respect to Australia. And they both have kind of like a leading edge, which is characterized by both volcanic activity and seismicity that you'll see in the next slide. Here we can see the seismicity of the Caribbean Plate. We have a very well-defined subduction zone, especially here in the western edge of it. These subduction zones are the Middle America Trench, South America Trench. And in the eastern edge, we have the Lesser Antilles Trench. which is also outlined by that seismicity. Here we see also a very well-defined Wadari-Beniaf zone. And since the Caribbean plate, as I already told you, is moving towards the east with respect to stable South America, then we can introduce these terms, the leading edge and the trailing edge. The leading edge would be like the frontal part of the plate, talking about the direction in which it's moving, and the trailing edge is like the back part of the plate. Also, we have in these transform faults or strike-slip fault zones that I already mentioned, it's very common to find pull-apart basins in the segments that have transtensional regime. The most famous ones are the Cayman Trough in the northern edge of the Caribbean plate. And in the southern edge, we have the Falcon and Bonaire basins, which are also pull-apart basins. And of course, we also have some transpressional segments in those plate boundaries. And as I already showed you a small field trip around the Circum-Pacific, I want to show you the Circum-Caribbean in a small overflight here. So let's start near from where I come from, Colombia, in North Colombia and Venezuela. Here we see the Caribbean Sea, of course, the Leeward Antilles, the Lesser Antilles. Here is where we find the volcanic arc. Here we can see very nice the accretionary prism of that subduction zone. Now, if we keep going a little bit towards the east, we find Puerto Rico and its trench, which is one of the deepest ones. The Hispaniola island, in which we have Haiti and Dominican Republic, Jamaica, and the big elongated island of Cuba. Here's the Cayman Trough that I already talked about. Here we can see that small spreading center that forms some oceanic crust. Towards the north, the Gulf of Mexico, the Yucatan Peninsula. Now we are in Middle America. Here, a very nice feature of the bathymetry, which is the Nicaraguan rise. And we finally get into Panama and Costa Rica. We also have a volcanic arc here. And we finish where we started. So now let me talk to you about the Caribbean plate origin. We have, there have been two hypotheses proposed. One of them is the in situ origin of the Caribbean, in which the oceanic plateau of the Caribbean was created after Pangea breakup about Jurassic times. And there's another hypothesis, which is the Pacific origin of the Caribbean plate, in which there is oceanic plateau, which is created in this model due to a mantle plume that is located in the Pacific, and this results in a lip, which means that is a large igneous province provocated by intraplate volcanism. So here we can start talking about, again, a leading edge and a trailing edge. Of course, these two have been evolving through the evolution of the Caribbean plate. Those are represented here with this orange color. These leading edge have been changing through the evolution of the Caribbean plate, and some of the segments of that oceanic arc in the front of that buoyant oceanic plateau going towards the east with respect to South America have collided and accreted to both the North American plate and the South American plate. in this model, of course. If we look at a map, a more realistic map, the previous one was very schematic. We can see that here in this yellow line, there's a representation of the leading edge evolution of the Caribbean. As I already told you, there are some accreted terrains to the North American plate. One of them is, for example, the island of Cuba. And as it keeps going towards the east, this leading edge, this yellow line, is evolving through time. Here it goes from the lower Cretaceous to Miocene, and finally where it is today, with its volcanism that I showed you in some maps in some slides ago. So that this is the same eastward drift of that oceanic plate that I already mentioned you for this model. Of course, assuming that we're talking about the Pacific origin of the Caribbean. And yeah, we have clearly an arc continent collision. This arc is representing, again, by the leading edge, and the continents with which it collisions are the North American plate and the South American plate. Now, assuming we keep talking about the Pacific origin of the Caribbean plate, there's a model proposed by Wadham and Stern, in which in the early Cretaceous, there's a mantle plume that starts rising towards the lithosphere, and its plume head, it starts affecting the old and dense lithosphere, making it more buoyant, so that in the late Cretaceous, there's already a thickened oceanic crust. And here in the late Cretaceous, we can start talking about the Caribbean Large Igneous Province, which we use CLIP as an acronym. And since this oceanic plateau crust is more buoyant, and of course, it creates a contrast of density between the old and dense Farallon plate here and the thickened oceanic plateau. It starts subducting around that large igneous province. Okay, so now let's look at the Scotia plate. So the Scotia plate, as I already told you, is located north of Antarctica, south of South America. Here in this map, we can see that it has volcanic activity in its leading edge. It also has some inactive ridges that are very helpful for making some paleogeographic reconstructions. We're going to see one in the following slides, so that we can look and compare the evolution of this Scotia plate with the Caribbean and Indonesia. So if we also look at the seismicity, we can see that, again, it delineates very well the subduction zone, its leading edge. However, there's very shallow and almost like very few seismicity here in its trailing edge. And also in the bathymetry, it looks more smooth compared to the Caribbean plate, which is here. So it doesn't have like that well-defined trailing edge as the Caribbean has. That's a difference between them. So if we look at a reconstruction made by this author, Barker, here, we will see that there, after, let me start again. This part of the South American plate this part of the Antarctica plate, where continuous continental connection between those two continents before they started separating. And after they separated, there are some fragments, some continental fragments that are kind of motivated to move towards the east, because South America is moving towards the Pacific as well as Antarctica. So they start like spreading and creating the arc that we see today, the Scotia arc, that is the leading edge of the Scotia plate. So now let's talk about Alaska. In Alaska, here in this map, you can see that we have the Aleutian Trench, and we have here a volcanic arc represented by the red triangles.
You
But
have,
let's notice that its distance
Daniela,
trench to arc changes
you have 5
from
minutes more.
west to east. It becomes greater, this distance. And this is due to that the Pacific plate is subducting steeper and faster in the western part of Alaska, well, of the Aleutian Trench, and in the eastern part it subducts with a shallower angle and slower. So that's why this subparallel volcanism happens here. I'm going to show you a video of a reconstruction made by this author, if you're interested in looking at it. And we will see that there's a arc that in the about late Cretaceous collides with the North American plate. So here we also have a case of island arc collision, similar to the case of the Caribbean. And in this animation, we can see how that is also represented. This would be that thickened oceanic plateau of the volcanic arc. So when it gets to the old trench, it resists to subduct, so starts deforming the crust that was here in the continental plate in its edge, starts deforming and creating some high mountains there. And of course, it has some volcanism associated. But if we start talking about more recent tectonic activity of Alaska, about 20 million years ago, the previous one, remember that it was about late Cretaceous when this oceanic arc terrain accreted to the margin. Now we're talking about the 20 million years ago, that's Miocene. And we have a relatively small continental block that travels in the Pacific plate towards the north and collides with the North American plate. And since it resists to subduct, it starts also deforming the margin of the North American plate and creating high mountain ranges. So some authors have called this kind of tectonics scape or indenter tectonics. In this case, we have a small scale case of that, but the most famous, and I don't know if big, but yeah, the most famous one is the one that you have closer, which is the India and Eurasia collision. But in this case, we have the Yucatan block instead of India, and the North American plate instead of Eurasia. So when it starts accreting to the margin, since it's more buoyant because it has continental affinity, it resists to subduct, again, deforms, creates high mountain ranges like Chugach and Saint Elias mountains. And since it doesn't subduct, it creates a big seismic activity, and this trench retreat that is characterized by these escape tectonic cases, because that block is kind of forcing it to flow counterclockwise, as we can see here. This part of that, let's say, block. So here's the this famous case that I told you, that's the one that you have very close, in which the high mountains that are formed are the Himalayas. This map here shows the horizontal velocity field of the GPS vectors with respect to Eurasia. And here you can see how the independent blocks of Eurasia kind of flow and deforms, kind of like escaping of that, away from that collision that sutures here in the Himalayas. Okay, we're almost concluding. So as a summary, let's remember that the comparisons that were made here to show the similarities of the regions were the Caribbean plate, the Scotia plate, and the Alaska region. So in East Indonesia, we can see that there's a similarity effectively of the Caribbean plate in terms of that it has these oceanic arc continent collision. The newly created Banda arc is bended by the interaction of the microplates in both sides of it, as well as the Lesser Antilles arc also, well, bends because it have that kind of friction with the North American and South American plate. But there's also a similarity with the Scotia plate, because in the evolution, at least of whole, the outer, we can see that there are some continental fragments that were rifted previously and then transported towards the north, in which like the Scotia plate now sorry, the Banda Sea region now like adopted those continental blocks, and now it makes part of that region. As I already told you, the region of Borneo and West Sulawesi and part of Java are now what in the moment of the East Indonesia evolution started rifting away from Australia, and then became what it is today there in the Banda Sea region. Let me also outline that these three cases have their leading edges characterized by volcanic activity here, and also, of course, by the seismicity that show us how the subduction is there. But the Caribbean plate has a distinctive leading edge that these other two cases doesn't have. In the case of East Indonesia, the Banda Sea region is kind of still linked, if I may say somehow, to this part of the Java Sea, which we can see that is more buoyant. So maybe it has a more continental affinity. And also here, the Scotia plate doesn't have a very active and clear boundary and is also linked to the Pacific plate, which is here. Now, if we talk about northwestern Indonesia, there's a similarity, of course, with Alaska. As I already told you, there's this kind of tectonic setting that is called escape tectonics by some authors. This is caused by a continent-continent collision. Here, I tried to locate the Indonesia map where it would be south of where the collisional zone of India and Eurasia is. So that's why I compare it with Alaska, because Alaska also have that kind of tectonics. Actually, I want to highlight also that as we saw here, there's a trench retreat in the Aleutian Trench caused by that counterclockwise rotation of the block of the North American block. And here there's also a similar case in which this part deforms and flows this way. And there's a trench retreat very outlined. And we actually have some sea floor spreading here in the back arc. So maybe that's a nice thing to note, because it makes it even more similar. And to finish, the common factor that all these cases would have is that they are all accretionary origins. So this means that the mountains that have been built after this active tectonic evolution are created by accretion of terrains. Um, it doesn't matter if they are oceanic or continental, they are accretionary origins. They are all located in the Circum-Pacific orogenic belt, and they all have their most active tectonic activity in the Cenozoic to Mesozoic times. So here's where this talk ends. Thank you very much for listening to me. I finish here with this nice image of some volcanoes located in East Java, the Bromo and Semeru volcanoes. I just saw this nice image and wanted to end with it.
Okay.
So thank you very much for listening, and I'll take your questions if you have some.
Thank you very much, Ms. Daniel. Excellent course, excellent topic for this session. And because of the limited time, maybe we just give from the participant one question, and we can continue the discussion after the session 2. Okay, please, if you have any question.
Hello, Mr. Pak Supri. Mohon izin, Pak.
Perkenalkan.
Hello, Daniela. My name is Riley from STMKG. I'd like to ask a question. The first, thank you for your presentation. It is very interesting. And in the beginning of your presentation, you said you're comparing between the Banda Sea and the Caribbean plates. Maybe would you like to tell in detail about the future of Banda Sea? Because maybe it has a difference in ages between Caribbean and the Banda Sea. So what's the future of Banda Sea? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's a very good question. Actually, there have been proposed by some authors that mention the similarity between the Banda Sea region and the Caribbean plate, that the Caribbean plate is a kind of more evolved stage of the East Indonesia region. It's also it started evolving since the early Cretaceous, when this oceanic crust was being created, the when the sea ocean crust is younger, so it's kind of start evolving. So maybe in the future it will be more similar in some million years. It will be more similar to the Caribbean plate. Maybe it will develop a trailing edge. I wouldn't know because that's very unpredictable. Well, I think that essentially the answer of that question is that maybe it will be more similar in the future, because the East Indonesian region is more, let me say, immature in terms of evolution of its collision and arc and oceanic crust.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
You're welcome.
maybe one more question or enough, Pak Dona? Still have time?
Yeah, it's
One
okay.
more, maybe one more question.
One more question.
Yeah, and we continue after the next session. Okay, maybe in the chat room, I will read the question, Mr. Daniel. I saw there are two lines between Pacific PSP and CP Caroline plate. Is it divergent or not? The first question. And is there any evidence that plate is divergent from focal mechanism might be or other evidence?
So you're talking about this boundary?
Yeah, PSP and CP Caroline. Is divergent is exist on over there? Divergent boundary is exist over there.
Okay, I was guiding with also the seismicity around there and other maps that have already mapped that divergent boundary. So, well, I didn't see the focal mechanisms, but I don't know if you're asking me if I'm sure about that boundary. I don't understood very well what was the question.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Because limited in time, maybe we can continue after
Sure.
the next session.
In the forum discussion, maybe we can.
Oke, teman-teman kita lanjutkan karena waktunya sudah habis untuk sesi pertama ya. Nanti kita lanjutkan lagi pada sesi yang kedua, waktunya cukup panjang. We have more long time in the second session. Thank you very much for Daniel Munoz. It is excellent course from you. And
Thank you.
okay, give applause to Mr. Daniel. Okay, we will continue of the training with session 2. Continue talking about seismicity of the Indonesia. Is the Shin Hastings still ready for the presentation?
Yep, whenever you are.
Okay. Okay, next session, Shin Hastings from USGS. He will continue the previous discussion about seismicity of Indonesia. And I hope participants will active in the discussion after the presentation. Okay, then time is yours.
All righty, I'll go ahead and share my screen here. Close a few things out. All right, everybody can see everything?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Very good.
All right, so hello again, Sean Hutchings. I'm going to be continuing our investigation of Indonesian seismicity, and this time we're going to be focusing on, whoops, shallow seismicity. Double click and then space, but there we go. So we're going to be focusing on the shallow and the crustal seismicity this time instead of the deep and subduction related stuff that we did on Monday. So just kind of a quick outline what we're going to talk about here. So we're just going to briefly just kind of review the tectonic setting and then the seismicity distributions, primarily with depth. And then we will jump right into the sources of shallow seismicity, which include megathrusting, interslab, and crustal, and we'll get into each of these. And then we'll close out with a quick summary. So this one will probably be just a little bit shorter than the last one. But all right, so just a quick review. You've already seen this this figure, and also a similar figure that Daniela just showed. But just a reminder, we've got our triple point convergence here in Indonesia. So we've got the Sunda plate, the Indo-Australian plate here in the south, and the Pacific plate all converging together. And we've got subduction within the Sunda-Java trench. We have collision and also likely subduction still within the Timor Trough in the Seram Trench area. And then with convergence being partitioned amongst these microplates. And then we also have subduction active in the Sulawesi Trench, the Molucca Sea Collision Zone, New Guinea Trench, and the Philippines Trench. And then each of these blue arrows obviously just denote the relative motions. So remembering just kind of like how everything's moving around is going to be very useful as we start to investigate the focal mechanisms in greater detail. So we're going to be looking primarily during this presentation, we're going to look at focal mechanisms for shallow events and how they relate to the movement of the tectonic plates near the surface. So if you remember this figure from the part 1 presentation. So this is all events magnitude 6.0 and up for all depths over a 20-year period. We can see obviously that the motion is quite complex throughout the region. We're going to go in through and investigate important regions. We don't have time to go through everything, obviously, but I've outlined some good and important regions for us to look at. So just a reminder, so focal mechanisms are representations of two equivalent fault planes over which slip occurred during an earthquake and also the type of slip that occurred. So in the example of our strike slip fault here, we've got the dextral sense highlighted, and shaded regions represent compression, whereas the non-shaded regions represent tension that occurred in the blocks across the fault plane. And each of our primary fault types can be expressed as one of these beach balls. And oblique motion obviously is any combination of the dip slip mechanisms with strike slip. All right, so once again, so just the data that we're going to be looking at. So we're going to be looking at focal mechanisms, and if they're plotted in map view, they are from the GCMT project catalog. And the data set used will be 20-year period, so the past 20 years for all events of magnitude 4.0 and up. And then any individual cases that are presented, if they have their focal mechanism shown, will be from the USGS Geological Survey catalog. And then we will, of course, plate boundaries are from BIRD 2003. Okay, so you guys, this is probably your favorite figure by now, right? So this one, so just one thing that we want to remember from this, so this is our earthquakes per year plotted against depth. And really the most important thing here is just to remember that the majority of events that occur on a yearly basis are shallow, occurring at depths typically less than 50 kilometers. So out of the approximately 446,000 events that are represented in this graph, about 63% of them are represented here, which is pretty incredible. And that has important seismic risk associated with it, since shallow events pose a greater danger with their hypocenters closer to the surface. Yeah, that's really the most important thing to remember here. All right, so now we can start getting into where shallow seismicity comes from throughout the region. So just as a reminder, shallow generally means anything less than 100 kilometers. And in Indonesia, the primary sources include megathrusting, which is occurring at the shallow plate interface between the subducting and the overriding plate. Interslab, which occurs within the subducting plate itself. And then crustal, which occurs not within the subduction zone, but within either of the component plates. And for our purposes, we're just going to look at everything. We're just going to lump everything 50 kilometers and less. We'll include everything that is crustal. That's a bit of an overestimate since crustal estimates, the deepest MOHO measurement or estimate is typically around 42 to 45 kilometers. But this will still get the general concept here. All right, so let's go and begin with megathrust. So remember the megathrust, once again, at the shallow interface between the subducting and the overriding plates. And they are well known for their capacity to generate the largest magnitude events on Earth due to capability of large rupture surfaces, and also are associated with serious tsunami risk. So in Indonesia, so the primary megathrusting region, so the most active megathrusting, so this is all events magnitude 7.0 and up, just for clarity, so we can see individual events better. So in the kind of the northwestern part of the Sunda-Java Trench is one of the most active megathrusts in the region. But we also have megathrusting in the northern Sulawesi Trench, and also some megathrusting in the New Guinea Trench near the Bird's Head. So other areas, so the Suram Trench, still kind of a debated area whether or not there's any active megathrusting occurring. It is likely that an event in 1629, which was studied recently from historical records, may have been a megathrusting event. So it could be that just more infrequent in this area. But they don't really, active megathrusting is not really, doesn't appear to be active anywhere else other than these outlined areas. So some of the largest events in the past 20 years, and some of them are the largest in the world, have been generated on this portion of the Sunda-Java Trench. The largest being the Great Sumatran Andaman earthquake in December of 2004. So this one's well known, well studied. But so this one occurred as a result of shallow thrust faulting at around 30 kilometers depth. And it kind of represents the extreme end member of what megathrust can generate, as typically these magnitude 9 events are more rare. But so it ruptured a cumulative length along the trench of approximately 1,500 kilometers, and in a total rupture area from finite fault modeling indicates approximately 250,000 square kilometers ruptured, which is pretty incredible, and generated ground shaking that lasted approximately 9 minutes, and destructive tsunami with wave heights exceeding 30 meters that caused widespread devastation. So in this one, earthquakes this big have the capacity to greatly change the the state of stress within the subduction zone itself, and also within the surrounding crust. So you can increase seismicity and increase the number of co-seismic events that can result from an event such as this. And a good example of that is the magnitude 8.6 megathrusting event that occurred about 3 months after the great event, about 400 kilometers-ish to the south. So here, so here's our great event here. And once again, this is all events of magnitude 6 and up. Sorry, magnitude 7 and up, just so we don't get too cluttered. And this one, so this event ruptured another 400 kilometers along the trench to the south. It did generate another tsunami, but it wasn't nearly as destructive, as it mainly propagated out into the Indian Ocean. And this one's just a good example of kind of the sequential nature of megathrust, as in a large megathrust can induce another megathrust and another megathrust. And other events, so we have a couple of others here as well, which aren't labeled. But a couple of other events farther south, such as the magnitude 8.4 in 2007 off of southeastern Sumatra, and the magnitude 7.7 in 2006 off the southern coast of Java, really attest to the Sunda-Java Trench's ability to generate large, and at least in the past 20 years, frequent megathrusting events. All right, so beyond the megathrusting, so we're still looking at subduction zone related seismicity. There's other events that don't occur quite as often, but they are shallow intraslab. So just like their deeper counterparts that we looked at in part 1 of our seismicity investigation, they can be complex, both in their mechanisms, orientations, but these are typically constrained between 20 and 60 kilometers depth. They can range a little outside that. But what's really interesting about these is that they occur directly below the active megathrust. So as a result, they do have the capacity to change the state of stress on the megathrust itself, and also be influenced by the megathrust. So the implication is that a shallow intraslab event, if big enough, could influence the timing of a megathrust rupture. And these events can reach large magnitudes by themselves, such as the magnitude 7.7 in Padang in 2009, and the magnitude 7.9 in Gano earthquake in 2000. Yes, so greater seismic hazard than their deeper counterparts. And you also notice, I mean, just like the difference in the mechanism compared to the typical thrusting mechanism that you'd see here is pretty unique. And these events, as well as the Tugu earthquake down here, kind of have a similar orientation. So if we look at the Padang earthquake in 2009, so this is the mechanism that we had. So it was an oblique reverse faulting mechanism that occurred at approximately 70 to 80 kilometers depth. What's interesting is that if we remember from part 1, a factor that can play into intraslab earthquakes is any pre-existing fractures or weaknesses in the subducting lithosphere. So this one has generally been linked to a predominantly north-south trending fracture zone that exists in the oceanic lithosphere of the Indo-Australian plate that was then rotated to its current orientation during subduction. And if we remember also that reverse mechanisms can result as a result of a slab flexure, where as the slab is bending, you can get extension on the outside of the slab and then also compression on the inside of the slab. So that may be related to why we're seeing this reverse mechanism here. But what's also really interesting about this event is it occurred beneath a section of the megathrust that is believed to be seismically locked. So if you notice, there's this gap right here in the section of the megathrust. And paleoseismology has indicated that it has ruptured in the past. So the implication is that this one could precede a megathrust in the near future. And as I kind of already alluded, these events by themselves can be damaging. Both the magnitude 7.6 and the 7.9 in Nagano were quite damaging events by themselves. All right, so if we move outside of subduction-related seismicity, another huge player in how tectonic motion is accommodated is the crustal, which is basically anything outside of the subduction zones within the component plates. And we just have some prominent examples shown here. And really just the point is just how variable the mechanisms can be. And this is all events magnitude 6 and up over and less than 50 kilometers, if you remember, this is how we've defined our crustal events. And each of these events can reach large magnitudes by themselves, sometimes even great magnitudes, the largest of which being the magnitude 8.6 Indian Ocean earthquakes in April of 2012, which are unique. So these are shown here. So once again, we've got northwestern Sumatra here. And this is the great magnitude 9.1 right here. So these events, these occurred as a result of sinistral strike slip faulting on a reactivated fracture zone. So once again, this is just fracture zones that are already present within the Indo-Australian plate. The magnitude 8.6 occurred on the same day as magnitude 8.2. So it was a very busy day in this part. And both of these events were preceded by magnitude 7.2 that January. And they both have very similar mechanisms. So you'll notice the proximity here. It's not entirely out of the question that these are the result of stress changes induced by the the large 2004 event, which they were. And recent research has indicated that it's the time lag in between the 2004 event and the 2012 events is likely due to the viscous relaxation of the mantle. So this is kind of the extreme end member of how large crustal seismicity events can result. So if we stay kind of in this Sumatran region, if we move inboard of the trench this time, so there's a rather prominent fault zone. So this is the Great Sumatran Fault. The trace is approximated from other research, and also it aligns rather well with these shallow strike slip faulting mechanisms. So the Great Sumatran Fault accommodates the dextral portion of the oblique convergence between the Indo-Australian plate here and the Sunda plate. So if you remember from part one, convergence is becoming more and more oblique. And so we have this significant partitioning of the lateral component along the Great Sumatran Fault here. So this fault, it's discontinuous, so it's broken up into typically about 19 active segments, all of which have complicated geometries and slip histories. But altogether, the whole fault system is capable of generating magnitude 7.7 maximum event, which is still rather remarkable. So no large magnitude or damaging events have occurred within the past 20 years. But in 1994 in Liwa, there was a magnitude 7.0 kind of near here that was either on or near this Sumatran Fault zone, and did cause some significant damage, mostly through landslides and fires. What's also important with this one is that, since it's partitioned, you have it running trench parallel, and also its proximity to the megathrust can lead to co-seismic events along the Great Sumatran Fault. So this is an interesting figure. So this was actually done in a study directly after the Great magnitude 9.1 by McCloskey et al. 2005. And they just examined what the Coulomb stress changes were in the near vicinity following the great event. And they found that the greatest changes were on the northern section of the Great Sumatran Fault, upwards of 9 bars, and typically around 5 bars here, kind of directly to the south. So the immediate worry, actually, rather than another megathrusting event, was that a large rupture would occur on this section of the, like a exceeding magnitude 7 on the northern portion of the Great Sumatran Fault, which it didn't. Instead, a magnitude 8.6 megathrust event resulted. Since this time, no large event has occurred yet. But its slip history and its proximity to the active megathrust definitely indicates that a rupture could occur in the future. Okay, so a little change of scenery here. So we've moved much farther south. So we're looking at basically the eastern margin of the Sunda Java Trench, where it kind of transitions into the Timor Trough region. So we're looking at the islands of Bali extending to Wetar and Timor. And beyond kind of all this craziness up in here, what we kind of want to look at first is this narrow zone of seismicity that runs trench parallel just outside of the trench. And they're all extensional. So these are all normal faulting mechanisms. And so this is all outer rise normal faulting. So this is extensional forces that occur within the subducting slab before it enters the trench. And this is due to slab pull. So as it's getting pulled into the mantle, we get extension kind of on the outside of the plate here. So individually, these events don't typically pose a huge seismic risk. And however, they can be both coupled and uncoupled to megathrusting events. Meaning, so if they're uncoupled, they're just occurring by themselves due to the consistent slab pull. But if they're coupled to a megathrusting event, then they occur as a result of the extension of potential forces resulting directly after a megathrust slip. So that can further compound. So if you have a large megathrusting event, you can end up with a large outer rise normal faulting event following as well. But typically these don't reach, at least in the past, they haven't reached, the past 20 years, they haven't reached large magnitudes, but on rare occasion, they can reach great magnitudes. In fact, in this area, in 1977, there was a magnitude 8.3, which is a massive normal faulting event that occurred in the outer rise here. And it generated an 8-meter tsunami that swept over Sumba and Sumbawa and caused significant damage. So while they're not a first tier seismic hazard, they certainly shouldn't be ignored. Right, so staying in this area, so these are all events that are magnitude 6.0 and up, just for, so don't get too cluttered. But inboard of the trench, so we have these zones of thrust faulting that run along the northern margins, the northern shores of the islands of Lombok, extending into Wetar. And these are the Flores and Wetar back arc thrusts. So back arc thrusting is usually kind of unusual. So at least thrust faulting in the back arc is typically unusual in a traditional well-developed subduction zone. So these are likely a result of strain partitioning throughout the Sunda Plate due to the collision between the Australian continental margin here and the outer band arc, especially here near Timor. And these are very seismically active and more than capable in generating large magnitude events. The most recent of which was the 2018 Lombok sequence. So this sequence of earthquakes, so we had two magnitude 6.9s that occurred within 2 weeks of each other that were preceded by a magnitude 6.4 just about a few weeks earlier. This is all in August of 2018. These occurred right beneath the northern shore of Lombok and did generate some significant damage and fatalities as well. But these were not tsunamigenic. They actually did not rupture offshore like we would think. The younger, more blind thrusts that exist out here in the back arc region actually didn't rupture this time. What recent research has shown is that there's actually magmatism. So actually from local volcanoes that caused a pore pressure change along an older basal thrust here that actually was the one that slipped and generated this sequence. So kind of an interesting intersection of volcanism and seismicity as well. So though these were not tsunamigenic, the back arc thrusts, which I haven't drawn here, but they are located right here, are more than capable of generating tsunamis, especially if they rupture offshore, such as the 1992 Flores earthquakes, which you saw in Jessica's presentation on Monday, I believe, yes, which generated a 25-meter tsunami. So it was a massive 7.8, magnitude 7.8 event that generated a 25-meter tsunami, which is comparable to some large megathrusting events. So definitely a prominent source of seismic risk. All right, so now continuing our tour eastward here, things get even more complex. So we're looking at the Banda Sea, kind of the eastern Banda Sea region, as well as West Papua. So what we can see, so here we've got the, oblique convergence between the Australian Sunda and Pacific plates. And from our focal mechanisms, these are all events magnitude 4.0 and up. We've got thrusting and reverse faulting here near the Timor Trough because we've got some collision going on. We've also got thrusting here in just to the northeast of Seram, as well as northeast of the Bird's Head as well. And we've also got an interesting cluster of normal faulting here in the RU Trough, as well as some located here in Tamabar, and another interesting cluster up here between Obi and Halmahera. And beyond this, there's a significant strike slip component, if you'll notice, which is predominantly sinistral. And if we zoom in, we're going to kind of zoom in from about north of about 5 degrees south here. We can get a closer view of these predominantly sinistral strike slip fault zones. So if you remember from Holly's lecture on tectonics, the Sarong Fault was a rather important fault throughout the tectonic evolution of the region. And this fault runs approximately from the east of the Bird's Head, west towards Tiliabu, and here separates into the north and south Sabu faults, which I haven't drawn here. And these are, I should mention that these traces are approximated here. And west of the Bird's Head here, so the geometry actually gets pretty complex. It actually splits into several horsetail splays. So if you imagine, the tail of a horse or a broomstick kind of a deal. But one of the prominent splays does run up northward just to the south of Halmahera, and there are a few strike slip mechanisms here that kind of support that. But what you also notice is that it appears for the most part, the eastern portion of the Sarong Fault doesn't seem to be seismically active. So this has been proposed by recent research, primarily Ian Watkinson and Robert Hall in 2017, that the majority of this is rendered fairly seismically inactive in the east. And instead, we have our sinistral slip between the Pacific plates and the Australian plate being accommodated by the Yapen fault zone here in the east, where we have kind of this dense cluster of seismicity here. And via a broad step over to the south, hooks up with the Torreira-Iduna fault zone, which runs approximately through here and kind of links up with the Highland thrust belt. And then from here, if you can imagine, so sinistral slip is actually accommodated across the island of Ceram, as the Ceram fold and thrust belt, which is here, is highly transpressional. So we have a lot of thrusting here, but we also have a significant sinistral component that's accommodated by the Ikawa and Bobo faults, which are approximately drawn here. And then sinistral slip is once again picked up again in the west, kind of near Obi, by the Sarong fault system. So pretty complex, but overall still have quite a bit of sinistral shear being accommodated across the region. And with kind of this general transpressive nature kind of here in the north, that kind of makes the extension in the RU trough kind of an outlier a little bit. So I guess what's going on here? So if you remember, when the continental margin of Australia arrived at the subduction zone, there was a Jurassic embayment, a curved embayment here that the subduction zone ended up fitting itself to, and the subducting bandislab experienced quite a bit of rollback. So that's most likely the case for this ongoing extension here. So actually here, this portion of the Banded Sea plate is moving to the west at approximately 15 millimeters per year, compared to the Australian continental margin, which is moving northward. And this, so in the RU trough, we have primarily a bunch of north-south trending normal faults that indicate, primarily east-west-ish extension. And this extension also formed another prominent bathymetric feature here, which is the Weber Deep. The Weber Deep is bounded by a low-angle normal fault, which is termed the banded detachment, which does not appear to be seismically active, or at the very least is seismically locked, as it has not generated any seismicity ever since we've been able to record seismicity. However, there is a theory that a rupture along this low-angle normal fault did cause a submarine landslide and generated the 1852 Banded tsunami, which is a pretty interesting connection there. So very seismically active region, obviously, and events that exceed magnitude 7.0, or even those that don't quite exceed magnitude 7.0 but still cause damage, are not uncommon. So these are some of the more prominent events that have occurred within the last 20 years, which we'll investigate briefly here in a second. If we take a first look at the magnitude 7.2 in Halmahera, which occurred last summer. So this one occurred, so pretty classical strike slip mechanism. And this one most likely occurred along that northern fault splay of the Sarong fault that kind of curves upward and goes up just south of Halmahera. And this event did cause damage and did displace approximately 50,000 people, so it was pretty notable pretty notable event. And if we move farther south, much lower magnitude in Ambon, but a similar mechanism. So this is still been determined to be approximately sinistral slip, kind of near the locations of the Kawa and Bobo faults, which we remember accommodate that sinistral slip across the transpressive fold and thrust belt. So this one also did cause quite a bit of damage, primarily to the harbor, with over 6,000 structures, I believe, destroyed. So not great. And a couple other notable events. 2004, there's a magnitude 7 near Nabira. And this one's going to be a unique mechanism, oblique strike slip or oblique reverse. This occurred near on the Terrera-Iduna fault zone and did cause, once again, quite a bit of damage, especially to the airport and local homes. And this one was actually preceded that same year. So this occurred in November. In February of that year, there were two other events, one magnitude 7.0 and a 7.3. So it was a very busy year on the Terrera-Iduna fault zone. And just kind of the last one. So this one, Center Sea Bay, magnitude 7.6 in 2002. So this one occurred offshore along the Yapen fault zone. So once again, another big fault that accommodates that sinistral slip. And did rupture offshore and generated actually a 3 to 5 meter tsunami, kind of near Manokwari. So these are just kind of showing how active these primarily strike slip zones are as they're accommodating that oblique tectonic motion. All right, so now we're going to move to the west to Sulawesi, to another very complicated region. So here we've got convergence of Sunda, Philippine Sea, and the Australian plates, and they're all converging obliquely as well. And the majority of the seismicity here, so we've got quite a bit of strike slip, primarily sinistral, that's accommodated by some discontinuous fault zones like the Montano here, and the Palu Coro fault, which kind of joins up and heads northwesterly through Palu Bay. There's quite a bit of thrust faulting occurring off just inboard of the Sulawesi Trench. So this is a zone of active megathrusting here. And then there's also some extensional mechanisms here that are occurring in the Gulf of Tomini. So with some dextral slip here as well. So we have the Gorontalo fault, which is a major dextral fault, not currently seismically active or seismically locked. It's unclear. As well as the Balantak fault here, which accommodates dextral slip kind of along the east arm here. And then up here in the northeast, we have the Isangi thrust, which is the western portion of the Molucca Sea collision zone, which we'll get into later. But first of all, let's go ahead and, so in this region of dense seismicity in here, let's go ahead and zoom in this part of the Gulf of Tomini here. So this is kind of what we see. So we've got where the approximated traces of the Palu Coro fault comes up through the bay here. At least the main, like one of the main traces, as you know from previous lectures, like with Marcella. There are other traces that kind of trace up the neck here. Then we also have the Sapa Valley fault here as well. So we've got primarily strike slip mechanisms here. We also have some normal faulting mechanisms, which some of these local ones could be related to either transtensional bends in the strike slip zones, or the extensional sidewall faults, which do bound the Sapu Valley and the Palu valleys as well. And also on the broader scale, we have these normal faults that bound the southwestern portion of the Gulf of Tomini, such as the Tambarema and these Tomini Gulf bounding faults. And this extension does extend kind of in a northeast southwest fashion towards the Togian Islands, where the Una Una volcano is located. So this broader scale extension is likely related to slab rollback of the Sula slab, which, if you'll remember from part 1, is no longer an actively subducting slab, but is still being pushed to a steeper and steeper dip as the Celebes slab subducts in from the south. So that's likely the reason for this continuing extension. And this seismic activity, once again, has generated some notable events in the past. The most notable and destructive of which would be the magnitude 7.5 in Palu. So I believe this, for some reason, the GCMT location places it down here instead of up here, which I believe it should be up here. But regardless, a very notable event, and also created a rather uncharacteristically large tsunami for a strike slip event. I believe approximately 7 meters for the typical wave run-up height. And then these other events, so these normal faulting events did also cause some damage, some minor damage, as well as this reverse faulting mechanism in Tojo did also cause some damage. And this one is actually related to a more transpressive zone to the east. So if we move to the east, so now we're looking at the east arm. So we've just moved to the east here. So we have our Tojian Islands up here with our extension, kind of switching to compressional mechanisms as well as strike slip mechanisms here. So the primary features, we have the Batoi thrust, that's a typo, should be Batoi, which is, we have thrusting here, which doesn't appear to be very seismically active in recent years. And then dextral slip being accommodated by the Balantak fault, which kind of cuts across the Po head here. And also sinistral slip coming in with the South Sabu fault here, which is the most westward extension of the Sarong fault. And then this sinistral slip is picked up again across the bay here with the Montano fault, which is these mechanisms here, which actually make a nice line. But the interesting thing here is that we have this zone of dextrose transpression. So we have the ongoing collision. So we have the collision in between the Bangai Talebu microcontinent, which is kind of outlined by the bathymetry here, kind of this interesting wedge shape that is colliding with the east arm. And across the Bangai Islands, there's these interestingly oriented faults that run approximately, a trace approximately north-south across the islands. And that's where the majority of these strike slip mechanisms are located. So that's that transpressive zone. And this zone is responsible for the generation of the magnitude 7.6 Bangai Islands earthquake in May of 2000, which is a notable event. It, once again, for a strike slip event, created another large tsunami of approximately 6 meters. And did cause some significant destruction across the Bangai Islands, with some entire villages actually being completely washed away, which is terrifying. But so this fits in with the general transpressive nature. So if you notice, it's not a complete strike slip motion. It looks like there was a little bit of reverse motion involved as well, which kind of fits in with this general story. All right, second to last stop on our tour here. So this, if you'll recognize, is the Milka Sea collision zone. So we're looking at the north arm, kind of the northeast part of the north arm of Sulawesi, and Halmahera here. And we have the east Sanghi thrusts and the west Halmahera thrusts. The approximate traces are drawn here. So remember, these are not subduction trenches. These are crustal faults that are accommodating the active collision. And you see the majority of our seismicity is concentrated once again along that central ridge in between the islands here. And the majority of them are reverse or thrust mechanisms, which we typically expect from a dominantly compressional regime. So once again, region of active arc-arc collision. So the Molucca Sea plate is subducted both to the west and the east beneath the Sanghi arc and the Halmahera arc, and is completely buried beneath this developing collisional complex, which is where the bulk of this seismicity is concentrated. Yes, those points. Forgot I had those bullets. Yeah, so that's just summarizing that. And once again, so this region, quite capable of generating large magnitude events. Actually, impressive number of, so these are all exceeding magnitude 6, but there's quite a few that exceed magnitude 7. Typically all concentrated along this part of the central ridge here. Some of the most notable ones, so we've got the magnitude 7.5 that occurred here in 2007. So this one actually did cause some damage and a few fatalities actually in northeastern Sulawesi, as well as a similar event that occurred magnitude 7.2 in 2009, just on the south end of the island of Krekelong, also caused some significant damage. What's interesting though is that these haven't really generated any, they don't appear to be typically tsunamigenic. So it must just be the way that they're rupturing doesn't displace the water enough for anything to generate a tsunami. But I would be willing to, at least to take an educated guess and say that it's not entirely out of the question that a tsunamigenic event could occur within this region, just due to the primarily compressive nature. All right, last stop on our tour here. So just a quick little touch on the southern Philippines, which this part forms the, if you remember, the northern part of the northern portion of the Molucca Sea collision zone, where convergence here is essentially complete. And so the bulk of the seismicity is concentrated within the Philippine Trench, where we have a lot of thrust and reverse faulting. But there's also a approximately 1,200 kilometer long strike slip zone that's accommodated by the Philippine Fault. So this is another sinistral slip zone. So it's basically the same as the Great Sumatran Fault is to the Sunda-Java Trench. So it's partitioning that oblique convergence in between the Philippine Sea and the Sunda Plates here. And even across the islands, we've got quite a bit of thrusting mechanisms. So we got some thrusting mechanisms likely near where the Cotabato subduction is happening, and also in the Sulu Negros as well. And once again, another area where large events can occur, such as the 2013 Boho Island event, which occurred near here due to a reverse mechanism. So yeah, that completes our tour here. So let's just have a quick summary. So the most important thing, shallow focus events are the most frequent throughout the region, and they are reflective of the tectonic motions at the surface, which can be quite complex, as we've seen. They occur by three primary sources: megathrusting, intraslab, and crustal faulting, which crustal faulting, as we saw, has quite a bit of variation. And each individual events are capable of generating large magnitudes, those that exceed about magnitude 7.0. And altogether with this, very high seismic risk from shallow events. So there's the references, and that is it for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Ken. Very nice lecture course, and we continue with discussion. I hope that participant question is better preferred by question directly.
Yeah,
and
I have a question, sir.
Okay, don't forget state your name and also affiliation. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Jimmy Nugraha from Research and Development Center. I just want have a question for you.
Okay.
Discussing about the authorized earthquake is an interesting thing for me. A few years ago, when was Aceh earthquake, 11 April 2012, it's a new term for me as a geologist. What you like to describe is detail related to authorized earthquake phenomena, which is several earthquakes of a large magnitude but didn't generate a tsunami. Thank you.
Yeah. Authorized earthquake.
So authorized earthquakes is in like why they don't all generate tsunamis or
generate tsunami.
I assume it would just be it can just be highly variable. It would depend on how the seafloor moves in response. But yeah, that's a really good question.
Well, I think some outer rise earthquakes are quite deep. They're deeper than you think. They don't although they're due to bending, not all outer rise earthquakes rupture significantly the shallow oceanic crust. Some are within the crust, and those would not be tsunamigenic at all.
Right.
So it's how about Aceh earthquake, sir? 11 April 2012. Yeah.
Can you go to that slide? Can you go to the slide for Aceh earthquake?
Aceh earthquake, 11 April 2012.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, these ones. These guys here. Sorry, whoops. Same area, these guys, right? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You have it on another slide.
Yeah. Here, I can go to that one real quick. That one's probably better. There we go. I used the same map for.
There you are.
There we go. So these ones, so whether or not they were tsunamigenic or.
Well, they're strike slip mechanisms. So they, with the strike slip mechanism, you might not get much of a tsunami. They're not thrust.
Right, and they seem like they were pretty much pure strike slip motion too. There's not much much of a transpressive component. So.
Okay, I think it is clear. It is a strike slip earthquake, so not possible to generate the tsunami. Okay, next question. Hello. Next question, please.
We have many in chat room, Pak Supri.
Yeah, we hope we can have a question directly first. After that, maybe if no question directly, we will read the question. Silakan dari Sumatera. Sumatera nanya Sumatera, yang Bali nanya Bali, Lombok nanya Lombok, Palu nanya Palu. Ada? STMKG? Okay. I will read the question in the chat room. May I share screen? The host? So maybe the same can read by. Okay, and the first question from Ed Santoso. Can we identify the source of the earthquake without relocating the event and also without looking at the focal mechanism? The first question. Could
you repeat that one more time? So I got focal mechanism, but
can you read the screen?
Yeah, you just look at this chat screen, Sean.
Yeah.
And then you have to scroll up. The one
I also already
got it.
Number 20 from Eddie. Can we identify the source of an earthquake without relocating or looking at the focal mechanism?
That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, I think that you can identify, you can guess at the source, but if you relocate and look at the focal mechanism, you have an advantage. If you know the focal mechanism, you can say it's on the megathrust or maybe not on the megathrust. So it becomes more certain when you have relocation and focal mechanism.
Right.
I think the question continues. How about, can you answer question part number 3? Can we analyze to identify strike slip fault that might be reactivated?
You read the question?
Oh yeah. So is this like this would be referring to the April 8.6 strike slip earthquakes, right? That resulted from the megathrust. They might be able to reactivate it before it activated cause another big earthquake. I think there already was an analysis kind of done. It's in my references. I can't remember the authors who looked over this one, but they were able to determine that this one was a result of being reactivated from the big earthquake. So whether or not another big earthquake will occur in the future, yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think on this one, what I would say is we would use Coulomb stress analysis. So if you have one earthquake or several earthquakes, it will increase the stress on neighboring faults and will increase the probability or the likelihood of a future earthquake. We cannot predict the earthquake, but we can carry out the analysis to see how earthquakes affect neighboring fault zones. So the answer is yes, but the method was not discussed today in Sean's lecture. This method is called Coulomb stress analysis, and we would be happy to explain that in another lecture.
Okay.
Maybe another question?
Before I read the other question, I want to look at your slide of the Lombok earthquake.
Okay.
Yeah. There are 3 earthquake.
This one?
Lombok earthquake. Yeah. 3 earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about the earthquake? Is it industrial city or is it aftershock or independent event?
Oh, all these together.
Yeah.
So I think the main shock would have been, I believe, was the August 8th event, and then the other ones. Although this one did precede it too, so I'm not sure. But this one was definitely the first largest event, and then the other one wasn't quite. I mean, the other one was the same magnitude, but it occurred about 2 weeks later. So I think these are just the biggest ones that occurred in the sequence.
Yeah, so we really wouldn't think about one as being an aftershock or one being a foreshock. It's an earthquake sequence, just a sequence. And this is being driven by magmatic fluid pressure, magmatic pressure. So this we see in California very often, several earthquakes of that magnitude in the volcanic region. And it's a earthquake sequence.
Okay. Next question I will read. Can you tell me why there were a lot of normal mechanism even Southern Bali Island at outsized zone in the chart?
So like these normal faulting mechanisms down here. I think it was.
Bali.
Hello. This one here.
Bali, yeah, Bali.
So these are all the outer rise events for the normal faulting. So these are all just occurring, looks like predominantly from the slab pole, since there haven't been any major mega thrusting events here. So this would kind of be an example of kind of the uncoupled version of outer rise normal faults that I kind of mentioned, where they're just occurring due to that constant slab pole, rather than the immediate stress changes following a mega thrust.
Okay.
Do you have a map showing under thrusting under Timor in that region? Does it have classic low angle mechanisms? Let's take a look at that. You showed it on one slide.
Let's see here.
The Timor Trough.
Timor Trough.
Kind of in this area?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it looks like fairly low angle, kind of a mix of low and high angle reverse.
So we can change that fault from crustal fault to subduction.
Awesome.
Okay. And next question from Pak Wandono, STMKG. Some seismologists have argued that Flores back earth thrusting extend to Java. What do you think about that opinion? Could that happen? If so, what cause it can happen? You also can read on the chat.
Let's see here. Which question was this one?
From
Number 19, from 19.
19.
Yeah.
Ah,
Some seismologists have argued that the Flores back arc thrusting extends to Java. Do you have an opinion of that? Maybe we should look at the Flores back arc thrusting slide.
let's see here. That's an interesting one. Let's see here. Yeah, at least from the majority of, so I got kind of approximated these traces from previous studies, and most of the traces aren't drawn much farther west than Bali. But I was reading, so there is evidence, at least of older normal faulting that has occurred in the back arc of Java that's no longer active. So I suppose, because I mean, as like the strains being partitioned throughout the Sunda plate, I suppose it wouldn't be out of the question for the Flores thrust to continue kind of propagating to the west.
On the other hand, Java and Sumatra are already on the Sunda continental plate, so they have they probably have thick lithosphere. So it's not the oceanic regime. It could form a barrier. It could prevent the fault from propagating further west. So there's two possible interpretations. I favor no propagation. I favor the lack of a propagation further to the west, but I cannot prove it.
Okay. Before I read next question, may you show me the Palu map?
Yeah.
Some people ask me about the direction of the Palu fault.
This one?
Palu fault. Yeah. Where is the direction of the Palu fault? Is it to the Makassar Strait or to the main shock of the Palu earthquake?
So like where this propagates, or because I think there's a bit of a location error with the GCMT solution, because at least like in Marcellus figures and stuff like that, it's farther to the north on a splay that wasn't previously mapped.
Yeah, so the story on that is that, as you correctly say, the epicenter is up to the north near the 6.1 Palu for the 7.5. However, the large slip, the energy release was much further to the south. So the centroid of energy is to the south, and that's what's plotted when the centroid moment tensor. In the beginning, the earthquake started very weakly, without much energy. And even though it's the epicenter, from the point of view of the global centroid moment tensor, all the action occurred further to the south. So this explains the discrepancy between CMT location and epicentral location. As far as the fault zone itself, it looks like there are two faults. There is the fault in the ocean going off to the west, and the new fault that we saw for the Palu. So the Palu fault zone is new. We have this in California all the time. We have the San Andreas fault, the main fault, but we have many other side faults.
Okay. Okay, we'll continue the next question.
Sorry, Pak Supi, we have a question from YouTube. Maybe.
Okay, please read, Mbak Dona.
Okay, this is question from YouTube because we have a two platform. Hello, my name is Cynthia from the MKG. In your presentation before about the 2012 ocean earthquake, and magnitude 8.6 is the result of the stretching following the 2004 with magnitude 9.1 earthquake. So how you determine or decided that the magnitude 8.1 earthquake is resulted of the M9.1 release stress? Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we got to go back up to
Let's go back there. Yeah, there you are.
this one.
Yeah, you have focal mechanism.
Yep. So the 9.1 here.
So the question is, how do you know there's any relationship between these earthquakes in 2012 and the 9.1?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a study was conducted, I think it was in 2012, that they did look at the Coulomb stress changes on this. And I think they determined that the lag in the time was due to viscous relaxation of the mantle, if I'm getting that right. So I assume that just it took longer for the stress to propagate, which is kind of a new concept for me too. But so that's kind of the best.
I think it's worth to say that there had to be an existing fault zone there already. So
Right.
the real cause of these earthquakes is that there's a fracture zone or a fault zone, and it was triggered by the 9.1. But if there was no pre-existing fault, then there would be no earthquake.
Right.
So it's not a simple relationship. It requires the existence of this fault zone for the strike slip fault to occur, strike slip earthquake to occur.
Okay. I will read the next question from Sandy, STMKG. Hello, Mr. Sen. Can you please explain to us about crustal fault that appear in the Andasi? I can see the normal strike slip and crust fault all in that region. What are the driving force that can cause different fault in this region? Thanks.
So, Sean, the question is very simple. In the band to see, why is there a mixture of focal mechanisms? Everything is there. Strike slip, normal, thrust. What's going on? Too complicated. Can you explain it?
I think just on a broad scale, it's just due to the how the oblique convergence is being partitioned throughout. Because I mean, at least in the south, we've got fairly direct convergence, and then got extension that's kind of being accommodated by this slab rollback that's been active for a while, and also just the sinistral component in between, primarily the Pacific and the Australian plates. So it's yeah, so like that, I guess that's how you could get a mix of everything. Is that it's not direct convergence, it's not direct strike slip. It's a mix of everything.
Good.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Maybe I want to add a little question about related to that question. If there is two earthquake near each other, why they can have different focal mechanism? If we know that the local stress and also the regional stress is similar. Then.
You cut out for a second. Can you repeat the question?
Two near earthquake. We have two earthquake that have near located other. Why two earthquake can have different focal mechanism? We know that the local stress and also the regional stress is similar.
Yeah, so Sean, the question is, if you have the same location and in one year you have a normal fault, why would you have a strike slip fault 20 years later in nearly the same location?
Mm. That's a good question.
Well, the first earthquake changes the stress field. So the first
Right.
earthquake causes a change of the stress. You have normal faulting, but now that you've relieved the stress, the next earthquake should be strike-slip faulting. After the strike-slip fault, maybe you have another strike-slip and then back to normal fault. So the earthquake modifies the stress field.
Okay. I think very clear, Walter. Next question from Sandy. Sandy, from Teddy Putu, from Denpasar, Bali. Based on its geology reconstruction, will Bandasi be deeper or shallower in our future? I don't know what is the meaning of the question. Will Bandasi be deeper or shallower in the future? I hope Putu can give the question directly.
Well, probably the no change. Probably it's stable. Now it's subduction and will not change for a long time. Maybe several million years it will become more shallow, but now it will be stable situation. So no change. We cannot expect any change in the next several million years. Probably the same.
Yeah, thank you. And the next is a question from Firsi Reza. Please, Firsi Reza. Hello.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Supriyanto. Mohon my name is Firsi Reza from Gunung Sitoli Geophysics Station. I have a question for you, Shan Hajing. Does an earthquake with shallow depth with the same location but having different strength in the accretion area always occur as a result of tectonic plate activity? Or is there an indication of local faults there?
Which location again?
Can you please, in Sumatra slide?
Sumatra? Is it the whole island or the northwestern?
On the Nias Island. Wait.
Offshore island?
Yes, offshore island.
Oh, there, this one here?
There, yeah, the bottom one.
He lives there.
Of course.
I'm working in Nias right now.
You should invite Walter
Gunung
to come to
Sitoli.
you.
So when I'm analyze an earthquake, I have many confused if is there any difference I mean, with the same location having different strength in the accretion area occur as a result tectonic plate activity. Is there an indication of local faults there or just tectonic plate activity?
Well, of course, there are many local faults there. This is a very heavily faulted region, and you can see there's even on the cartoon some fault boundaries. So, of course, you have to assume it's very likely that there can be active faults, not just the megathrust, but active faults in the crust, and they appear also on the geological map. So I think you have to accept the existence of many faults.
Okay, because
especially if you look at the geologic map, you can see them.
Because I'm confused with other reference. Some reference said it has a local fault, but some others don't.
Yeah, okay, that's typical. That's typical, but you find different interpretation in seismology. You also find different interpretations. So everybody has different opinion.
Okay,
I think that's all.
Thank you. Di seismologi itu tidak ada pendapat yang paling benar. Jadi pendapat bisa berbeda-beda, mana yang masuk akal gitu. Mungkin Masnya versi bisa juga punya pendapat sendiri gitu. Maybe I want to read one more question from chat, but this question come from Pepen. I will read, not in the chat. Why in the earthquake that occur in the north part of the Banda Aceh collision zone? Maybe you can show me the Banda Aceh.
Okay, back to Banda C.
Banda.
A lot of questions about Banda.
Yeah, lot earthquake, northern part of the Banda Aceh collision. Banda.
So this one?
Yeah. Yes. When earthquake in the northern part of the Banda Aceh collision was relatively shallow, while in the southern part is more deeper.
It's like why there's no earthquakes in the northern part up here, or kind of in this area?
No, in the northern part, there are many shallow earthquakes, but in the southern part, you have shallow and deep earthquakes. Why are there no deep earthquakes in the northern part?
I think that's just due to the orientation of the slab. Because remember, the Banda slab is kind of curved, and it's also, so from here, it's kind of dipping more to the south. So it kind of follows kind of a dip kind of around the curve. So in the north, since it's up here, it would be, this part would be kind of dipping to the south. We'd expect to be getting more shallow farther to the north because you're going up dip. If that makes sense.
Do you have your animation from yesterday, day one? You showed an animation of the Banda C. How difficult to show that?
Not hard at all. Yeah, let me just.
It will explain everything very clearly.
Just gotta grab the other.
That's a really good video. It shows things very nice. Part one, yeah, it's your part one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll take a look at the three-dimensional characteristics of the Banda C.
There she is.
That was pretty fast. Okay,
yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, so there's so towards the north looking here, you'd be going kind of up dip because it's dipping to the south from here and then dipping to the north on the other side.
So it's almost like the plate. You see that there's a region with no intermediate and deep earthquakes to the north and west. Yeah, that area. Yeah, the whole is what's going on. No slab.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, lack of a slab. Okay.
And also there is a slab tear here as well from, I think, Robert Hall and Wim Spackman proposed this one. So there is a tear right beneath Ceram, so it doesn't quite, so the slab doesn't quite go as deep there.
Yeah, that shows the story very clearly. It shows the pattern very clearly. Deep on the south and to the east, and lack of a slab to the north.
Okay.
Very good.
Okay. Mbak Dona, masih ada waktu?
Yeah, time is over. I'm so sorry, Walter. We have the limited time. Maybe we will take a break.
Yeah.
Just
okay,
for
thank you.
5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chen Hacheng, Walter. Yeah. Very wonderful presentation and answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We can start again.
Yeah.
10 o'clock or what time? What time you want to start? 10 o'clock or 10:05?
Yeah. Pak Musli will continue.
10
is okay, I guess.
Yeah.
10.
We will take a break 5 minutes.
Okay, 10 o'clock. See you at 10 o'clock.
Mbak Dona.
Ya.
Mbak Dona. Bisa dengar saya ya?
Bisa, kenapa?
Oke.
Very good.
Pak Musli, ya.
Halo Mbak Dona. Halo Mbak Dona.
Iya, Pak Musli.
Kita mulai jam 10 ya?
Iya, ada jam 10 sih, Pak.
Jam saya udah jam 10 ini.
Iya. Terus saya lihat agenda kita ada 2
Atau
ya,
10
Pak.
lewat 5. Jam 10.
Coba saya tanya Walter dulu ya. Walter, we are going to the start right now.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, please, Pak Musli, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning and good evening, everybody. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Musli. I work for BMKG in the Division of Research and Development Center. So I'm happy here to have the opportunity to lead the sessions. In these sessions, we will have 2 presentations from Marcela Celia, USGS, and Jessica Wright about the liquefaction related to the Palu earthquake. So we have the time, I see on the schedule here, we have the time 40 minutes for Marcela, and more or less 30 minutes for Jessica before 12.
Right.
I still remember before the 2004, very few people understand about tsunami. And after the 2004, because of the tsunami Sumatra or tsunami earthquake in Aceh, then many people understand about it, and many people also, especially in Indonesia, they study about tsunami. Even for the seismologists, I would say before the 2004, very few. Very few people interested in tsunami, but after 2004, then they are. And then related to this issue, so I would say since the 2018 Palu earthquake, which has generated the liquefaction, so we understand much better about liquefaction, but not before 2018. Before the 2018, I believe very few people understand about liquefaction, and they know very few things about the liquefactions. So in this sessions, we will have the talk about the liquefaction from Marcela and Jessica. So I hope that in this talk and after this talk, we will have much better understand about the liquefactions. So is Marcela here?
No, we're going to use the LMS. She recorded her lecture.
Oh, okay. So we will have the video, you mean?
Yeah, we'll have the pre-recorded lecture. Pre-recorded lecture.
Okay, then I'm sorry about it.
Madonna can do that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, please do it.
Mr. Rifki,
Time
can
is
you
yours.
help me to?
Who will manage the playing of the video?
Yes, I can handle about that. Yeah, Mr. Rifki, can you help me to play the video record?
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can do it myself.
Halo Mbak Dona, bisa?
Lecture 12, number 12. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so Walter, if there will be some questions from the participants, they will ask the question directly, or I mean, the person is not here, so who will manage to answer the questions?
Of course I will. I work in
Okay,
Palu also.
then you will be the presenter actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think this topic is really interesting, especially after the 2018 after the earthquake. Thank you.
Different types of mass movements and the influences of certain natural forces, but we will focus mainly on liquefaction, understand a bit more about the soil mechanics behind this, and the relationship to magnitude. Then finally, we will discuss the link between ground motions and soil liquefaction and use Japan as a comparative study. So, on a very broad scale, there are many different kinds of mass movements, including different types of landslides, as well as many forms of liquefaction, as you can see here in the diagram. Okay, so for landslides, really, no matter what the type, the role of gravity is important to understand. So here we can see two slopes with two different masses, but we want to focus on the downward force, the downslope force, which is the pull of gravity, which is shown as Fd, and also the resistance force, the friction, which is Fr. So quite simply, when the resistance force is greater than the force of gravity, the mass will stay as it is. But when the force of gravity is greater than the mass, greater than the resistance force, then the landslide will happen. And these forces can be changed by natural and human events, as we see here. Okay, so when water is introduced, things can become a bit more complicated. So if the groundwater, Fg in this case, rises but stays below what is called the glide horizon, which is essentially the surface between the unstable mass and the solid mass, then that is okay. But if the groundwater rises above the glide horizon, then this is when the slope is likely to fail. So the water table can change for various reasons. For example, long periods of rainfall, tectonic changes, but actually also a big human impact is overcultivation of agricultural land, which is also what we see in the case of Palu and will be discussed further later. And this is just a nice diagram to summarize the relationship between shear stress and shear strain and the different stages pre and post slope failure. So as you can see, it starts off with elastic behavior, becomes more plastic in its behavioral properties, and then eventually goes into the post-failure stage. Okay, so let's move on to liquefaction itself. So what is liquefaction? Now, this term was originally used all the way back in 1918 by an American engineer called Alan Hazen And he actually used this in reference to the failure of the Calaveras Dam in California. And it was actually only after this, only after the 1964 Great Alaska Earthquake, that this term became used more commonly and was then related to earthquakes. So what is liquefaction then in terms of earthquakes? So in general, we're talking about a partially or fully saturated soil, which substantially loses strength and stiffness because of an external stress that is applied, for example, an earthquake. And it's this sudden change in stress condition that actually causes the soil to behave like a liquid. So this diagram here nicely illustrates that the presence of water here causes the grains to lose contact with each other, which is why they can flow more like a fluid or more like a liquid. Okay, so first we need to understand a few important concepts used a lot in soil mechanics. So these are total stress, pore water pressure, effective stress, and shear strength. And some of you may already be familiar with this and the next few slides if you have watched the previous lecture 6 on the 2018 Palu earthquake and tsunami, but we will just go through it for those of whom have not watched it. Okay, so first let's look at the relationship between total stress and effective stress. So if we look at this diagram, the total stress is everything in this rectangle, okay? So the accumulated forces acting on the soil. And the big yellow circles are the soil particles. And then the pore water pressure is the blue state, which is in between the soil particles. So when we consider total stress in a soil, we would add the effective stress to the pore water pressure. And so this accounts for all internal forces acting on the soil from different directions. And then for the effective stress, we would subtract everything in the rectangle by the blue space or the pore water pressure. And this is the formula here. And it's also important to note that if you are below the water table, then the pore water pressure is positive, but above the water table, when the soil is saturated, pore water pressure is negative. And in dry soil, the pore pressure would be 0. So now let's look at shear strength. So for shear strength, we consider this formula here. So C, in this case, is cohesion, but also on a diagram, it's essentially the given value for the intercept of the straight line on the shear stress axes, and then added to the total stress, multiplied by the tan of the angle of internal friction. And this angle can encompass many different types of angles and have many different values. And that essentially tells us when shear failure is likely. But to consider a more realistic situation, we want to include effective stress in the formula because it considers the impact of water on the soil. So here we would replace the total stress with the effective stress instead. Okay, so what about during ground shaking? Well, further to this, we would in this case want to consider a hydrostatic condition where there is no water flow, which results from the weight of any material measured above any given point, which is shown as UDN here. And this is also known as a static pore pressure. And when we add this to the overall pore pressure, we get this here, which is sigma n. And of course, we need to consider the type of soil where ground shaking occurs. And for Palu City, this actually sits on deep alluvial soil layers deposited by Palu River. So we get a lot of loose sand and silt. So here, the C value is likely to be closer to 0. So overall, when we combine all of these factors, we will use this formula for shear strength. And apologies, this dyn should actually be a subscript, so it should be in the lowercase here. Okay, so at what exact point does liquefaction occur? Well, it's essentially the point when the effective stress of the soil is reduced to 0, which corresponds with a complete loss of shear strength. And just a note here that this rarely happens in places of gravity of clay, and most likely will occur in sandy or non-plastic silty soils. So this is just a nice summary diagram of what can happen to the soil layers during ground shaking from an earthquake. And we can see a few physical features that are shown on the surface of the soil, down here, such as sand boils. And in the case of the 2018 Palu earthquake, there were extreme examples of severe liquefaction throughout various villages, 2 of which are displayed here. So on the right here, this is about 10 kilometers south of Palu city. You can see extensive lateral spreading on one of the main roads, and another village here, Petobo, which is also just outside of Palu city, which you can see was completely inundated by soil liquefaction and landslides. Here are some further examples of soil liquefaction, both of which are in Balaroa village, which is about 2 to 3 kilometers west of Palu city. And you can see here large vertical displacements on the roads up to 2.25 meters high. And also we can see lateral spreading on the image on the right. Okay, so 2 surveys were conducted to assess the ground shaking and tsunami effects, one by BMKG and one by myself. And I would actually like to thank BMKG for their very helpful assistance. So the combined study, sorry, just a second. So the combined study can actually be seen here on the map in this red box. And this is just a zoomed in map of all of the study areas. Okay, so 3 main areas were identified that experienced extreme liquefaction. So Balaroa, Petobo, and Junegi Sedera, all of which are shown in the red shaded regions on the map here. So the next few slides will be before and after satellite images of these 3 liquefaction areas, starting with Balaroa. So the before image is taken from 16th of August 2018, and the one afterwards is taken on 1st of October, which is 3 days after the main shock, which occurred on September 28th, 2018. So the inundation area has been outlined in red here, and as you can see, the landslide in this case traveled from west to east with an average slope angle of 2.6 degrees. And this is just a reminder of where Balaroa is located here, the calculated patch of liquefaction and where it is located relative to Palu city. Okay, so next we have Petobo. So an interesting change here. As you can see, there is a difference in direction of inundation from east to west instead, with an average slope angle of 2.4 degrees. and Petobo is located about 8 kilometers southeast of Palu city. And interestingly, quite far away from the Palu-Koro fault here compared to Balaroa, which we will also discuss in another lecture. Lastly, we have the village of Jonogo Sidera, and as you can probably tell, this village has the largest liquefaction area, which had a maximum slope angle of 10 degrees, which was measured around this area here. And this inundated area was located furthest from Palu city. So part of the BMKG survey also included a microzonation survey with soil profiles and average shear wave velocity of these 3 liquefied areas. And here's a summary of the results. So we can see that the soil profiles were mainly dominated with sands and silts, and as expected, soft soils and soft rock also were found to be dominant in the areas that experienced the most extreme soil liquefaction. So if you look at the bigger picture for a second, we can see that actually there is a positive linear relationship that has been derived between magnitude and epicentral distance of liquefied sites. And in this case, this was a study for Japan. So in some examples, up to magnitude 8 earthquakes, we can see liquefaction was generated at sites close to 200 kilometers away from the epicenter. So an interesting question is that if we know this type of relationship exists between magnitude and liquefaction, let's take a step further and think about whether predicted ground motions can tell us anything about liquefaction potential. So as you may know, there were no seismic stations during the Palu earthquake, and we did not have any ground motion data. So interestingly, in 2017, a few maps were published, which were to provide an update to the 2012 Indonesian seismic code. So here is one of the maps, which is the mapped PGA for Indonesia, or predicted PGA. And if we look at Palu, we can see that the mapped PGA is around 0.8 to 0.9 G, which is a high value. And in the surrounding areas of the alluvial valley, it's lower, about 0.6 G. Another one of the maps was for the 0.2 second short period spectral acceleration, which has been mapped as 1.2 to 1.25 G. And if you wanted to take a closer look at the response spectra, then these values could be particularly helpful. And lastly, we have the 1 second period spectral acceleration map, which for Palu and its surrounding areas have been given a range from 1 to 1.0.5 G. Now, by themselves, the values may not mean very much. So let us compare this with another big earthquake that we know generated extreme soil liquefaction. And in this case, we will look at the magnitude 9 Great Tohoku earthquake, which happened on March 11th, 2011. And as you can see, here is the epicenter of the earthquake. So you may be thinking that Tohoku earthquake was very different to the Palu earthquake, which is actually true in many ways. Firstly, the Tohoku earthquake occurred offshore in a subduction zone setting. And also the finite fault model shows a rupture greater than 300 kilometers with a maximum slip of about 54 meters. And for Palu, the rupture was approximately 150 kilometers with a maximum slip of about 6.5 meters. But what is particularly interesting is the evidence of surface liquefaction outside of this rupture zone. and where seismic stations were located relative to this. So we'll be looking at this area here. Okay, so here we can see mapped areas with different levels of liquefaction, but we are actually just going to look at the stations that are circled here in dark blue, because these are the sites which showed evidence of extensive surface liquefaction with ground failure. And these two stations in particular have been described as having experienced severe liquefaction. So what's interesting is the recorded PGA values at all 4 sites range from 0.12 to 0.26. So, well, why does this matter? What does this mean? Now, not only have similar descriptions been observed, both for the Tohoku event and for the Palu earthquake, but the evidence of liquefaction in Japan occurred at much lower PGA values than what has been mapped for Palu. So up to 2.6 for Japan and predicted 0.8 to 0.9 for Palu. So lastly, if we look more closely at the actual soil profile and the average shear wave velocity at the 4 stations in Japan, which we can see in figure C here, we can start to see that there is some similarity and consistency with the values, with the minimum values, at least found in Balaroa and Jinogo Sidera, when we get to around the 10 meters to 20 meters depth range. So there are some similarities. But overall, the effects of the liquefaction and landslides were the most damaging for several reasons in the case of Palu. And a strong link has been made between land usages, such as primary rice cultivation, as being the biggest contributor to the extreme liquefaction observed. But what's also important is understanding how to update and factor in these complex high risks into future hazard maps. And if we can compare other earthquakes that have had similar effects as seen in Palu, then we can better understand liquefaction potential as a whole. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you enjoyed this lecture on the 2018 Palu landslides and liquefaction.
Thank you. The presentation exactly on time, ended 10:30. Okay, we heard the presentations talking about the liquefaction from the basic mathematics of the liquefaction and other things. So now time for the audience to ask the questions. So yeah, if you have any questions, can you speak directly? Walter will answer the questions.
Hello.
Very good. Very good.
Good morning, Walter.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah,
Jambari. I'm from Stagio, Jayapura. I got a question to Mr. Walter. I read an article from the University of California, Los Angeles about the Palu 2018 earthquake. The article was telling that the Palu earthquake is a super shear event. Can you elaborate or do you have any idea about it? What is the difference between the regular event and the super shear event?
Okay, so thank you very much. The question was, what about the report from UCLA that the Palu, well, actually from Caltech by some seismologists that it was a super shear event. When an earthquake ruptures, the shear wave velocity is usually about 3 kilometers per second. But sometimes the pressure is very high and the rupture velocity is higher than the shear wave velocity of the medium. This is why it's called super shear. So let's just put it in simple terms. The Palu earthquake was very energetic, a lot of energy, and it even broke the rock more quickly than normal earthquake. It was an unusually high energy, very energetic earthquake with high frequency energy. In addition, the fault motion was very strong on the west side of Palu city. This means that it's likely that the ground shaking was very strong and could cause the liquefaction. Higher probability for liquefaction. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
If
Do you have
yeah.
any comment?
Oh yeah. So if it was not on super driven, would the damage level as not as high as the 2018 one, the super sure one, or is there any talking about slope? Is there any specific degree of credibility to avoid liquefaction and other detrimental condition when the seismic waves travel through the soils?
Pak Jambari, it was one of the possibility because of the super shear. Pak Walter has explained that. Okay, Pak Walter, please.
Oh, go ahead. I'm listening. Yeah.
Hello. Pak Jambari, can you ask it again?
Oh yeah. Is there any what is the degree of credibility? I mean, is there any specific degree to a slope to avoid liquefaction when the seismic waves travel through it?
Okay, so you have a very good question. Is there some way of anticipating or predicting based on the slope, the possibility for liquefaction? According to the mathematical formula, it depends a lot on the soil. The soil will have different value of cohesion. It depends on the water level, where the water table is, and whether it's shallow water table or deep, because the water table, the water, as you saw from the equation, reduces the effective stress. And finally, it depends on the level of ground shaking. And what Ms. Marcella tried to show is that based on the comparison with Japan, probably the ground shaking was very, very strong. So unfortunately, the answer is no. Without geophysical data, without measurement, we cannot for sure say the probability for liquefaction, because we need to measure the cohesion and the water table.
Okay, I get it. Thank you so much, Mr. Walter.
Yeah. Is there any other questions? We still have time. So, Bu Dona, I see on the schedule that we have Jessica Wright presentation here from 11:30. Is that right?
Typo.
Yes.
Typographical error.
Hello?
Yes.
Say it again. Is that right? From 11:30.
Yeah, on schedule, Pak Musli.
On schedule, but it's too long. I mean, after these presentations, we have. For the discussion, we have 1 hour. Is that right? It's okay.
I think
yes.
It's a mistake. It's a mistake. The time we should go to the next talk after the question.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, that's why my understanding here. In between, we have the discussion about 1 hour, but after 12, well, we have nothing here. So, but
My mistake. It's my mistake. I made the typo error and I sent to Madonna. I'm sorry. I made the mistake.
okay, what should we do now?
Yes.
Should we continue with some questions, some other questions? Because this topic is really interested. I think it's better to have some more questions, and then we can continue to Jessica Wright. Jessica Wright is here, or she also will be giving the talk by the video recorded.
She's here. She's here.
Oh, she's here. Okay. Then, hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. But we will continue with the questions for the Marcella, or yeah, represented by Walter. So, please ask any other questions. Is there any other questions from the audience?
There's a question in the chat box.
So can you say again, besides the ground shaking, what kind of other things which can influence the possibility of the occurrence of the liquefactions? So ground shaking, and then I would say the geology conditions, or the site conditions, soft soil or hard soil. Of course, it will be more risky for the very soft soil, I would say. But is there any other things, the slope and so on? Can you say the summary of the parameters that can be considered the probability of the occurrence of the liquefactions?
Sure. So as we just heard, the kind of soil makes a difference because the clay will stick together. It will have more cohesion like a glue, but the sandy soil like quartz, the quartz has no clay in it, and it will move more easily. So it have lower cohesion. In Palu, as you know, you have the high mountains on the west and on the east, and they are eroding and bringing down the quartz-rich soil. If you go to Palu and pick up the soil in your hand, it will just, it's like sand. No cohesion. And if you have high water present, the water is possible to make the sand like a liquid liquefaction because of the increase in pressure. So these factors, shallow water table, kind of soil, and the amount of ground shaking all contribute. And of course, you just said it, the slope, because we're following physics, the physics of gravity.
Yeah, still related to what you have just explained. So Pak Supri here asking whether the liquefaction process depend also on the water content. I think I would say it depends very much on the water content of the soil, right? So do you think it will happen also in the very less water in the soil?
Very unlikely. It's very unlikely.
Very unlikely. Okay.
Not likely to happen. You don't see that. You don't see that kind of thing.
And then other things. Definitely, we are sure because of the rupture exactly on the place where the liquefaction happened, right? So the rupture itself exactly on the locations.
Right.
What do you think about the velocity, the sleep rate of this fault? Does it take also into account
No, that's not so important. More important is the duration.
The duration.
Of shaking. And the Palu earthquake began about 80 kilometers to the north and propagated all the way to the south and then continued. So altogether, if the velocity was about 4 kilometers per second, 80 divided by 4 means 20 seconds, and then another 20 seconds to go another 80 kilometers. So 40 seconds of shaking. Too much shaking.
Okay, then the sleep rate represented already by the shaking, right?
Yeah.
The sleep rate. So we don't care anymore about the sleep rate when we see the magnitude of the shaking 7.5. So so the ground motion.
The duration.
The duration. Yeah, right. Why I was thinking about it because in other parts in Indonesia, like for example in northern Sumatra, in Aceh exactly, if you see the you know the Sumatran fault in the northern tip, exactly similar condition with the sleep rate relatively very slow compared to the Palu fault. Do you think there is also a possibility to happen the liquefaction in the northern tip of Sumatra in Aceh, where I know that the location is also sedimented?
Well, I can tell you, for example, the 2009 magnitude, maybe 7.6 Padang earthquake. So Padang is in the middle of Sumatra, as you know. This was a deep earthquake. It caused a lot of liquefaction. So this is volcanic soil. The volcanic soil is very, very loose and very weak. And there was a lot of liquefaction in that earthquake. So everywhere in Sumatra, you have the potential for liquefaction.
Okay, thank you. Should I read some other questions or we go to the Jessica presentations?
Let's look at one more question.
Okay. Another questions for the engineer actually. If we know the locations is risky for the liquefaction, is there any way to design the building which can anticipate the liquefaction effect? What do you think?
Yeah, so in this case, it's necessary to remove the water, pump the water out. And, you can do this. And if it's very important to build in a location, then you build a wall to keep the water out, and you remove the water, and then you have no problem. It can be expensive. I think in Palu, they don't want to do this. It's too expensive for such a city. But in Jakarta, someone maybe wants to build in a location, they will remove the water. And then
yeah, we got the point. Just make it dry, right?
Make it dry.
Okay. I just remember about the irrigations. You have never mentioned this. Can you say something about the irrigations related to the liquefaction in Palu?
Well, some people reported from Singapore. You know that university, Nanyang Technical University, famous university in Singapore.
Yeah.
They say the Palu liquefaction is related to rice cultivation. But we looked at the pictures in the lecture just now, and I visited all the places with the liquefaction. According to my eyewitness examination, this is not a region of rice cultivation. So maybe people are suggesting the agriculture based on their thinking, based on the theory, but I don't agree because in the field, I don't see it in the field. You know, you have to go to the field to check your idea.
Okay. I know that it is not only one paper talking about the irrigation, at least two of them.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. A new one. Yeah, another one. Yeah. Those
Okay.
people, they never went to Palu. They're sitting in London writing the paper.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Or they're sitting in Singapore. They don't want to leave Singapore. They just write the paper.
They did, Walter. They were in Palu.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
You know better. They were. I exaggerate, but I am just exaggerating.
Okay. Good. As you said, we have all the questions, and you also have answered all the questions.
Maybe one more is coming.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you,
Please.
Walter. So one parameter of make liquefaction is ground shaking. In Palu, what do you think about the amplification and bunching trap factor in sediment? What do you think about that?
Yeah, good question.
Well, in Palu, everywhere you look, it looks like high liquefaction potential because all of the soil is very quartz rich. And in Palu also, you can see the water table is not very deep. So all the conditions, every condition you need, and also its slope, it's a basin. Palu is, I think all the factors are there: slope, soil type, and water. Did you have another factor you wanted to discuss? I think those are the three that I think of.
Pak Bayu, any comments?
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Good. Yeah, thank you, Pak Walter, and thanks for Marcella for the recorded presentations. Time is now 10:50, so I think we can go to the next presentation.
Yeah.
To Jessica. Jessica is there already.
He's there already.
So Jessica, you have time about 30 minutes until 11:30, and then we have a discussion another 30 minutes until 12. Is that right, Walter?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, Jessica, hi.
Hello.
Yeah, please give the presentation about the flow liquefaction. Time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Jessica Reed, and I am a geologist with the U.S. Geological Survey, and today I'm really pleased to talk with you about flow liquefaction. In the last lecture that you just heard, Marcella gave a brilliant explanation of liquefaction, particularly earthquake-induced cyclic liquefaction. And today I'll talk in particular about flow liquefaction, but I'll make sure to cover the basics of liquefaction in general so you can really know it by heart. We've observed in general that some landslides are much more destructive than others. These images here show the Huascaran Mountains in the background and the town of Yungay, Peru, before and after a devastating landslide. It was May of 1970, and an earthquake of magnitude 7.9 struck off the coast of Peru, and it caused a failure in the Nevado Huascaran, which is the mountain that you see in the far background. This failure quickly developed into a debris avalanche and mud flow that covered the town of Yungay, as you see, and caused more than 18,000 people to die. This flow was extremely fast. It traveled at velocities upwards of 280 kilometers per hour, and it flowed very far. And one mechanism that causes landslides like this to accelerate so dramatically and transport material really long distances is liquefaction. Liquefaction, like pretty much everything, has been defined a few different ways, and some of them are more complicated than others. But basically, as you heard from Marcella, it's when a solid soil behaves as a liquid. And I want to remind you that pretty much what you see in this cartoon here, some soils are more susceptible to liquefaction than others. Loose, well-saturated soils with homogeneous grain sizes and large pore spaces, like you see here. Pore space would be maximized, and the pores are filled with water, fluid of any kind, but water usually. And it's interesting to note that these characteristics are common in young soils and also volcanic or alluvial sandy deposits. And I also want to mention, as many of you probably know, that liquefaction occurs in the same area over and over again. So I wanted to go over the basic mechanics of liquefaction just one more time. First, you would have effective stress, which is essentially the strength of the soil, and it's gained through the contact of grains. This strength is what allows soils to resist against minor shearing events. And then you have your pore fluid, which is those little blue arrows, and it exerts a pressure on the grains around it. And the relationship between these two can be called the pore pressure ratio. It's important that the effective stress remain greater than the pore pressure in order for the rock or the soil to obtain its strength. Once the pore pressure is greater than the effective stress, or in other words, the pore pressure ratio is 1 or more, the soil loses all of its strength and liquefaction will occur. And I want to give this to you in a cartoon. So you've got your familiar loose saturated soil, and it's full of water. And important to flow liquefaction, which is different from cyclic liquefaction in that it undergoes a single unidirectional shear stress, much like a landslide or a sudden weight added to it, unlike an earthquake in which you have a lot of back and forth shaking. So this single stress is enough to cause the grains to reorganize themselves. You'll see this reorganization causes a decrease in pore space, but you still have the same amount of water. And as a result, this water undergoes an increased pore pressure and actually forces grains apart. And you can see this space between grains means that you no longer have any effective stress. And once you don't have effective stress, then the strength of your soil is compromised. It's important to remember, again, that in the case of flow liquefaction, this liquefaction will only occur if that initial failure is great enough to overcome the strength of the soil. Whereas, as Walter was talking about, in the case of cyclic liquefaction, the duration is really important in order to liquefy the material. So I wanted to give you an example of an event that was well studied in terms of liquefaction. This was in 2004 in Oso, Washington, in the United States. The slide occurred in late March, towards the end of the rainy season in this area, and the soil was very saturated. In fact, this area underwent an estimated 30 to 40 centimeters of rainfall in the 3 weeks leading up to this landslide. And this was unusual for this area and this time of year. And rainfall, not an earthquake, rainfall was the primary triggering cause of the landslide. And this is a map of historical landslides in the area. The red crosshatched area shows our landslide that we're talking about now from 2018. But this map shows also all landslides that occurred or are thought to have occurred for 14,000 years. And the warmer colors represent more recent events, as do the letters. So A is the most recent. And you can see that our landslide has overlain several different landslides from the past. And I should also mention that this area has a lot of glacial till and sandy deposits, which are just perfect ingredients for liquefaction in general. Here's another view of the landslide. You can see the outline in yellow, and this is a really good visualization of the debris avalanche deposits. You can see some of them were incredibly thick. And in fact, they actually dammed up the river around it. You might notice X to X prime is the cross section in the lower hand of figure. And you can see there is a little bit of exaggeration, horizontal exaggeration, but all the same, you'll notice that the horizontal distance traveled by this earthquake is much greater than the vertical distance. This is actually a very common index used to look at landslides, and it's called mobility. So the Oso, Washington landslide had very high mobility. Mobility is often associated with liquefaction. Liquefaction landslides can travel much further, much faster than landslides that haven't liquefied. So a team, shortly after the event, led a study in looking at whether liquefaction really influenced the mobility of this landslide. And they looked at it by examining the role of porosity in the soils. And before I start the video, I want to note that the variable M is the solid volume fraction. So it's basically the opposite of porosity, meaning a low solid volume fraction means high porosity. And let's get started.
A large destructive landslide occurred near Oso, Washington on March 22nd, 2014. Computer simulations indicate that it could have behaved very differently, with much less mobility and destructiveness, if the ground had been less porous and water saturated. Results of two simulations follow. The first simulation shows computed landslide behavior that best matches that observed at Oso. The landslide accelerates rapidly after slope failure occurs because the porous, water-saturated ground liquefies after it fails. Values of the parameters M0 and Mcrit determine how sediment porosity changes during the early stages of landslide motion. Here, with M0 slightly smaller than Mcrit, pore space declines, causing increased pore water pressure and decreased friction. As a result, a liquefied high-speed landslide crosses the 1 kilometer wide river floodplain in about 1 minute. An alternative simulation shows landslide behavior that could have occurred if the water-saturated ground had been slightly less porous. In this case, the failing ground does not liquefy. The resulting landslide moves relatively slowly and stops after it travels only about 100 meters. If the values of M0 and Mcrit are equal, as they are in this simulation, then porosity reduction does not occur during landsliding. As a consequence, pore water pressures do not increase and landslide friction remains high. Further details on this work can be found in the publication listed here.
So I included in the next slide a couple of stills from that video so we can look at it a little more closely. So you'll notice on the right is the situation that more closely mirrors what actually happened. You have a change in porosity over the course of the event, and this compaction caused liquefaction in the base of the landslide. It was generated by the weight of landslide material pushing on it, and it caused extremely high mobility that was able to flood the river plain. And on the left, you have a situation which did not occur, and this is if porosity didn't change during the course of the event. A situation where you don't have an increase in pore pressure due to compaction of the soils. And the left-hand image, I forgot to mention, is just time equals 0 as a reference point. So we think that these researchers found fairly convincing evidence that liquefaction played a huge role in this landslide in the increased acceleration and mobility destructiveness of this event. Of course, I should mention that the landslide was triggered by high rainfall, and liquefaction requires high saturation in the soils. So these kinds of rainfall-induced landslides are very related to possible liquefaction. So just a quick summary. The wet, loose sediment that's necessary to have liquefaction would also have a high porosity. And this sediment would be compacted, particularly the sediment at the base of the landslide that's being kind of squashed by overriding sediment. And this sediment this basal area would experience a sudden increase in the pore pressure, and shear strength would be absolutely reduced. Another thing is that this state of liquefaction could be sustained for a little bit of time, just given the constant movement of the event. The observations and models that were made in Oso, Washington, could also serve as useful comparisons to many landslides that occur in Indonesia. We know that Indonesia is one of the top countries that experiences many landslides, and it also is one of the countries in the world that experiences many fatalities due to landslides. And there are a couple of obvious reasons. It has very high or steep slopes with much rainfall in some areas, a lot of unconsolidated volcanic, often sediment, and of course, a lot of earthquake activity, which can cause as an additional trigger to these landslides, which can then generate a flow liquefaction. This event occurred actually in the same year, you'll notice, as the Oso, Washington event in Banjarnegara. And it was a devastating landslide that occurred on a steep slope with heavier rain than usual, and it generated a mud flow, much like the Oso event. Flow liquefaction, we know, often occurs in landslides with a rainfall trigger, excess rainfall. So landslide early warning systems are particularly important to liquefaction when they involve a rainfall component. And this is also pretty frequently. Landslide early warning systems are fairly new, but this is generally what's going on. This landslide early warning system was implemented by Balai Litbang Sabo in 2017, so very recent. And it takes precipitation data and forecasts. And it also takes information about past landslides that were induced by rainfall, as you can see in that pink color in the left-hand figure. This is used to generate a rainfall threshold, basically the amount of rainfall before which we're really worried about a landslide occurring. And it'll also use a landslide prone map based on the slopes, slope stability, steepness, and if possible, sampled soil materials, but this is often, it's not very common data. All of that will go into generating these landslide warning maps, which will be further improved by slope analysis and any kind of sampling that we have. Here's just an idea of what a landslide prone area map would look like. And you might notice that the very high and moderately high prone areas kind of concentrate themselves along areas with steep slopes. You might wonder, the yellow rings are areas that have been actually sampled. So really not very many places have been sampled. And this is kind of consistent. It's hard to go out into the field and actually collect samples and bring them back and make sure to test their properties. It's much harder than generating larger maps from data on rainfall and weather forecasting. So I think that's a general overview. I want to mention again that landslide early warning systems are very new, and this one is only a few years old and learning and modifying and improving data sets and really making robust data sets that can be drawn upon for actual useful predictions is an ongoing project. So I wanted to end my very short talk with a little review about what of the things I talked about. First, I went over yet again some liquefaction basics. I talked about susceptibility. So what makes a soil really vulnerable to liquefaction? It's the same thing, earthquake or landslide. It's really loose, saturated soils, lots of water, young deposits and volcanic deposits, sandy deposits. And then there's liquefaction initiation. And in general, it's the amplitude and duration of the loading. And with an earthquake generated event like Marcello was talking about, it would really be in the duration that the liquefaction is generated. But sometimes something called flow liquefaction can be generated in one unidirectional event if it's a strong enough event to overcome the strength of the soil. This means that this initial shear stress in flow liquefaction has to be greater than the strength of the undrained soil. And then I talked about landslide mobility and how that can be dramatically increased by something called basal liquefaction. And finally, I just very, very briefly touched upon the relationship between landslides and liquefaction and how really the best thing we have to predicting liquefaction, flow liquefaction areas is looking at landslide early warning systems, especially since soil properties are very important to liquefaction, but they're harder to gather. And so we can really look at just landslides and hope that we're catching generally the same amount of information from them. And that's all I have, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you,
Jessica.
Yeah, now we have time for the discussions. So it was a great presentation. So Jessica, if you, yeah, you know that Indonesia is very prone to the landslides. Landslides occur everywhere, I guess. Yeah, because of rainfall also. So I would say, yeah, in these topics, we are talking about the liquefaction, more or less because of the gravity and also rainfall, instead of the ground shaking because of the earthquake. So yeah, landslide early warning system is also a very, very important tool which has to be developed and implemented in Indonesia, I guess. And talking about the landslide, actually, it is one of the main duties or tasks for the geological agency in Indonesia. So, but for BMKG, normally we provide the rainfall data, but for the landslide hazard, it is the responsibility of the geological agency in Indonesia. So yeah, now we have time for discussions. So please, for the audience, you can ask the questions to Jessica. Is there any questions? 1, 2, 3 questions. Debbie? Or any questions?
Halo sir, siap. Mohon izin, I have a question. I'm from South Aceh Geophysics Station. I have question. Our area is between the coast and the mountains. The condition that are in the tectonic road cause the potential of the tsunami. In anticipation, we intend to build some shelter in the hill. In this measure effective enough to prevent coastalist from both the tsunami and the earthquake side effect, example landslide or liquefaction.
Okay. Can you say again the point? So Jessica, you got it? So I heard about the coast and the mountain.
Well, I think the question is whether or not the buildings that were prepared for earthquake and land and tsunami safety are going to be secure if there's a landslide. In other words,
yes,
to prepare for the earthquake and the tsunami, there are some safe buildings built away from the coast.
Yes.
What about the vulnerability of those to landslides? So that should be studied. We cannot answer the question tonight without some, inspection or some examination of the air photo. But maybe some building is vulnerable from the landslide. Good question. Yeah.
What kind of building type or maybe construction can survive from the landslide? Maybe a container, maybe because they are stiffness or something. There's not a building like home, but like a container.
Yeah, something that can move with the landslide. Something like floating like a boat. Most buildings will not survive because the landslide is too strong.
Good idea. Yeah.
What do you think, Muesli? What would you say?
Yeah, it's good idea. So something that can move, because yeah, following the landslide, it's not to overcome it. I mean, how to say that? Sorry, I did. I can't find the words.
Yeah, not to resist. Not resist.
Not to resist. Good. Yeah, not to resist, but just following the landslide. Maybe like this is similar question to the how to anticipate the liquefaction for the building. we have to make it dry. But for the landslide, then we have to make it like what you have said, Pak Dede. Maybe we have to make it like a boat, but at least the how to say that the lower part of the building. What is that called? So we have to make.
Foundation.
Sorry.
You mean like the foundation?
Foundation, sir. Right. So Jessica, you want to say something? Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think Walter has answered the question from Pak Dede. If you want to also, I mean, if Jessica, you want to say you get something, it's.
Yeah, I think I agree. It's these landslides, particularly when they involve liquefaction, have so much volume that resisting them is not the right idea.
I think for the shelter of the evacuation place for the tsunami and earthquake, and they built this building with a very strong construction. Am I right? I think so, Padede. So and they also select a very good locations. They studied before. I mean they built the building in a very good locations because they prepared that for the evacuations. If I'm not wrong.
Yes, thank you, sir.
So we should not worry about the landslide for this building.
Oh, that's good.
Thank
you. Good to know. Good to
Thank
hear.
You,
I see two participants raise the hand.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thank you. So, other questions?
Mostly there are two participants Russian. Maybe you have to check.
Gimana? Kurang jelas?
There are two participants Russian.
Oh, okay. So I didn't see that.
Yes.
So sorry. Can you raise the hand again? So I didn't see that.
Aziz and Muhammad Juang. Aziz maybe first.
Okay, Aziz, please. From say, it's you mute. Someone mute him. So I mean, he's talking, but I cannot hear.
Test. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can hear you.
Also, my name is Aziz. I'm from the National Earthquake Center. So we talk about the we know that landslide and liquefaction have several similarity. Both need saturated soil and need steep slope. I mean, and disturbance like earthquake or rain or something. So it has discussed a little in the last lab. My question is, in your opinion, what's the physically and generally difference about the landslide and the liquefaction? That's all. Thank you.
Good question. So please, Jessica. Or Walter.
Yeah, so the liquefaction is simply, well, the difference between liquefaction and landslides in general is the liquefaction is just the phenomenon in which the soil will behave as a liquid and lose all of its strength. Whereas in many landslides, you can have large amounts of land moving together as one along a single slip plane, or you can have rocks falling, or you can have even less consolidated material, but it's not moving quite as a liquid, and it's still retaining some strength. And this will increase the friction and allow or prohibit the landslide from moving as quickly. A liquefaction is a more specific phenomenon that allows the landslide to travel quickly.
So you can say that not every mass movement is liquefaction. Some mass movement is only a landslide with the basal detachment that it's sliding on. And some mass movement is true liquefaction.
Right. Thank you.
I would say it is landslide. There is also a liquid slide. So maybe I would say, yeah, it's from the words we understand simply landslide. So it is not liquid slide.
But if we go back to Palu experienced liquefaction.
Yeah.
There is a lot of flow and loss of coherence. There's even that one that just came all the way very long distance, and there are the famous movies of houses moving and flowing like on a river. So Palu had a lot of liquefaction.
Yeah.
Also some rainfall before the earthquake.
And also, as we heard from Marcella, liquefaction can occur, but not as a landslide. It can occur as in sand boils or other ways that don't involve a slope or flow, that kind of flow.
Can I say another different maybe? So landslide can happen because of the gravity, but liquefaction, I think it's very difficult to be happen because of the gravity. It has to be strong shaking there to have the liquefaction instead of only gravity. Is that right?
Right. Maybe there's some special case I didn't think of, but liquefaction is usually associated with earthquake motion or volcanic eruption or some other force that causes the soil to lose cohesion.
Yeah. Also, Washington was a very special case because the landslide itself, the initial landslide, was enough to trigger the liquefaction. But this was a very large, unusual event, and the earthquake liquefaction is much more common because the continued shaking and reversal of stress allows for liquefaction to happen with less loading of each, like less loading individually. It's a combination of the amplitude and the duration. And the Oso Washington case had a shorter duration, but a large amplitude.
Yep. So the landslide can also be triggered by the earthquake, of course, right?
Of course.
And it has to be supported also by the water content and also the typical of the soil there. Okay, next question from Muhammad. Is that right, Budona? Who raised the hand after Aziz?
Yes. The next participant to deliver question directly. Muhammad Juang. Muhammad Juang.
Yep, 37. Okay, I cannot hear you. He is saying something, but.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
I want to ask a question for both Jessica and Walter about I just want to know, is there any material that which changes into liquid state when given certain vibrations such as earthquake that you know, as we know that when we vibrate saturated sand, liquefaction takes places and the sandy soil totally liquefies. Anything that has property like that will act as a floating structure at a time, right? Now, my question is there any material that can be synthesized or is that available out there that will liquefy when vibrated? That in a normal state, it should be rigid. And then when vibrated, it should be liquid. Thank you.
Sure. So your question is whether there is a substance which when you vibrate it becomes like a liquid, and before that it's more like a solid.
Yeah, that's correct.
We have a terrible English word for that. I'm sorry to say this difficult word, but it's called thixotropic substance, thixotropic, and it's used in the oil industry for drilling. When the drill is fixed, it becomes solid like concrete. But once it begins to vibrate, the particles move apart and it liquefies, and it even goes by a certain name that I just gave, and you can purchase this for certain engineering applications, particularly for oil and gas wells. So yes, there is that kind of substance, and it can be purchased. You can buy a bag of it to use for your engineering purpose.
So is there any difference of mechanism that normal soil and what did you say?
Thixotropic, yeah.
I didn't quite.
Well, I think the soil that I'm referring to has very uniform sand and very rounded, and it has a special shape like a ball, and so it's very easy to make it liquefy because like the lecture pictures that Jessica showed, it's kind of idealized kind of substance. You cannot find it very easily outside in nature. You have to make it in the factory.
Okay.
Good question.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, maybe I can.
Yeah, Pak Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you for giving me a good chance to ask. I want to know. We have know that duration of shaking is a key factor of influence liquefaction. But I want to know. I want to know a mechanism of earthquake dominant shaking can triggering liquefaction, vertical or horizontal or combination of the both. And then the second question is, according you, the Palu liquefaction category is flow slide or lateral spreading, and why there are lateral deformation there? Thank you.
Okay, so Jessica, we'll let you speak a little bit about what is lateral spreading and that phenomenon, and I will answer a question about the earthquake, whether it's the vertical motion or the horizontal motion.
Yeah, right.
Well, sorry to say that most earthquakes, the horizontal motion and the vertical motion only differ by about 20%. So we don't have many examples of an earthquake all vertical and nothing horizontal. Or we don't have examples of purely horizontal shaking and nothing vertical. It's about, you can say it's almost the same, within 20% or so. So
hello, Walter. Do you say that the vertical shaking is 20% from the horizontal shaking, or another?
They are almost the same. They only differ. Difference is 20%. They are 80% the same. 80% almost equal. Almost the same.
Okay.
Maybe one is 8 units. The other is 10 units, or one is 12 units, the other is 10, but it's similar.
Okay.
The difference would be 20% difference, small difference. So we don't have any way of telling you whether the vertical motion is more important than the horizontal motion, because both are occurring. Maybe you can do this test in a laboratory, in an engineering laboratory, then you can do that kind of test. I don't know this result, however. And Jessica, can you explain what's lateral spreading?
Yeah, lateral spreading is one of the more dramatic effects of earthquake-induced liquefaction, the kind of thing that breaks bridges apart or causes cracks in roads. And it's often due to a liquefied layer below a rigid layer, and this liquefied layer starts to flow somewhere else, maybe due to a slight slope in gravity or an added mass or something, and it pulls apart the material, overriding it, and causes this cracking and spreading. But it's associated with the kind of prolonged liquefaction on a more horizontal surface that is associated with cyclic liquefaction from earthquakes, ground shaking back and forth.
So I have a story about lateral spreading. I was studying some earthquake, and everywhere I went where there was a mountain, they had put a road in the mountain by cutting. They would cut into the mountain and put the soil on the other side. They would move here. So when I was driving, I noticed that every time the crack in the road was immediately exactly in the middle of the road, just in the middle, perfectly. So I thought to myself, isn't that interesting that the crack and the road failure is exactly in the middle? And then I realized it's not chance. It's because the side of the road next to the mountain is on rock, firm rock, and the side of the road away from the mountain is soil that has been removed from the mountain. And that's the one which is laterally spreading, and the one with firm rock has no change. So I was talking to a television crew, and I told the people from the TV, go around the corner and you will see the road is split right in the middle. I never went there, but they went there with the camera and they say, oh, Dr. Mooney, you are so clever. Really, the road is split right in the middle. Of course, I know it must be the case, but they think that I'm a very good seismologist and good engineer because of my simple observation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I get it.
Thanks, Gordon. Any more questions? Other questions?
Mr. Musli?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
David?
Is it okay? My name is Debbie Safari. I am from Earthquake and Tsunami Mitigation Division. Talking about landslide and liquefaction, as we know that many areas in Java, such as Sukabumi and Banjarnegara and maybe Bogor, are very prone to landslide. And the question is, are these areas also vulnerable to experience liquefaction if a large earthquake occurs? Because as far as I know, there are no history of liquefaction causing by earthquake in this area. Maybe Mr. Mooney or Ms. Jessica Red can explain it. Thank you.
Okay, so you described your study area in Java, the different locations, and you are wondering whether perhaps this area could be susceptible to liquefaction. And previously it hasn't been talked about too much. I would refer to the introduction that we heard from Musli, where he correctly said that before the Palu earthquake, people didn't speak so much about liquefaction. They mostly speak about tsunami and ground shaking and like that. The liquefaction mostly was causing tilting of the building and like that. So it wasn't such a big story. Now with Palu 2018, it's a very big story. So I don't want to be impolite, but I want to tell you that I don't believe there is no liquefaction in your area. When you have an earthquake, if you look carefully, you will find some liquefaction here and there. And maybe it's not like Palu, which is very, very big. But when I studied the 2009 Padang earthquake, there was a lot of liquefaction, but we didn't talk about it very much in the report. 2009, we're only thinking about the tsunami and other things. So yes, you have liquefaction risk, and you should pay attention to that natural hazard.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Next time you have an earthquake, I'm coming there and I'm going to the field with you, and we will look together if there's liquefaction. Then we'll see what's the real situation. You have to look in the field.
Okay, already.
And Musli is going to come with us. Musli, you're free to go look at the next earthquake. I hope you have some time to help us.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say, yeah, after the 2018 Palu earthquake, many people mapping the liquefaction potential in Indonesia. So they try to make the map of the potential liquefaction area.
Yeah.
I believe what you have said, that maybe it is not that dramatic. How to say that? It's
not so widespread.
Yeah. We should not worry in that way. So Palu is a special case. This would be also another question actually to you. If you see maybe there is other possibility location for the liquefaction in Indonesia, please say that. Or for me, I don't know what to say, but it has to be. It has so. I would say it has to be a very strong earthquakes, and then the geological condition of the location has to be on the strike slip fault, I would say. If it is the earthquake far away from the location, it will happen maybe, as you said, it will happen the liquefaction, but it should be small one. So
Right. And Jessica Reed referred also to the sand boil. That's like a sand volcano. So the ground is shaking, it liquefies the sand comes up, and then it makes like a pancake, a circular pancake. No one is hurt. It doesn't cause serious damage. It's liquefaction without a big problem. You just see it in the farmer's field. The farmer's soil is dark brown, but the liquefied sand is white. So you see it very easily. So many earthquakes have this kind of liquefaction, not only deadly liquefaction like Palu or other. Yeah.
But what we have to consider maybe the building location. The important or the critical building has to be located in a good place with less possibility of liquefaction. I think so. Yeah. Okay. We go to the next questions. We still have time. If you have any questions, raise your hand.
Muslim, maybe there are so many questions from chat.
Okay.
You can.
Now we go to the chat. We go to the chat room. Sorry. Wait a second. Yep. Can I read the can I read the question from Rizka Ardani? Rizka Ardari. So the questions. Okay. This is a very it's a little specific questions about the method of horizontal to vertical spectral ratio to find the dominant frequency or natural frequency of the site. So we are at BMKG especially, or other people, they normally record the ambient noise in some locations, and then they find the natural frequencies of the site. And these natural frequencies of the site normally can be used to identify the site classification or the soil the conditions in the location where we measure the ambient noise. So the questions whether this dominant frequency of the site can be used to identify whether the location prone to the liquefaction or not. So,
Sure, of course, this is a very good measurement. Where everyone appreciates this kind of horizontal to vertical measurement very much, and it can give you information about the shear wave velocity of the shallow surface. We already know that the loose soil, which is prone to liquefaction, will record on your data with a low shear wave velocity, and the dominant period will be a bit lower. So it's one piece of information, but it's not enough unless you know more about the water table. Yes, it's very useful, very useful. People like this measurement because it's easy to do. You just put the seismometer there and record the ambient noise, horizontal to vertical. It's very popular and very useful. That's
right.
a good one. That's good technique.
Thank you for the explanation, Walter. So, any comments, Pariska, or are you okay? I mean, can you get the answer from Mr. Walter, Dr. Walter?
Okay, hello. Can I interrupt?
Okay. Yeah, please, Jessica.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Musli. So, to Mr. Walter, what is the addition of the measurement besides dominant frequencies? Additional measurement.
You need to know the water table. How deep is the water table? The water level. Where is the water table?
All right. Okay.
You cannot have liquefaction without water. If it's you cannot have liquefaction without water, so you need to have water table. You get that from the P wave velocity. At the water table, the P wave velocity will increase, so you can measure that with seismometer, or you can use a drill hole.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the answer.
Welcome.
So then another way to say, if we find the location which is sediment, but less water or dry, then the potential for the liquefaction relatively lower, I would say.
Right, right.
Good. Other questions? If someone wants to say the question directly, please do it. Otherwise, I'm reading the chat room. Yeah, this another question from Sandy, SMKG. Hi, Jessica. I'm just wondering if in the rainy season, like right now in Indonesia, will the potential of liquefaction be increasing, or the groundwater table is only the key factor for liquefaction?
Yeah, I think that would be a really interesting thing to map if you looked at the landslide occurrence over the season, along with rainfall. I would imagine that liquefaction, I myself haven't done it, but I would imagine with increased landslides, you would have increased liquefaction and just the saturation of the soil from rainfall.
So have you ever seen, have you ever seen a study, Jessica, that showed the season of rain, you know, the cycle of rain and dry and versus liquefaction occurrence and no liquefaction, like a 10-year study, multi-year study?
Not that I remember right
Okay,
now.
okay. But of course, if there's a rainy time in Indonesia, it's going to add water to the ground and add the potential for increase the potential for liquefaction. Like also the Washington landslide and liquefaction event was triggered by the heavy rain at an unusual time.
Yeah, and that event was studied by a few different teams, and one of them actually focused on the rainfall and the seasonal effect of it, and threw up some measurements on that and some interesting figures. So I would look at that example and see what kinds of sources they were citing.
Walter and Jessica, yeah, can I say that rainfall and gravity cannot have enough energy to generate the liquefaction, but it has for the landslide, right? So for the liquefaction, we need more energy. We need more. We need like the ground shaking from the earthquakes. So if only the gravity, maybe the land will slide, but it cannot make the soil becoming fluid and then flow.
The only place that maybe you will get the soil becoming fluid and flowing is at the base, at the bottom of the landslide, where you have rapid motion. It's the
the small part,
the basal slide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions? We still have 10 minutes. Let me see again. Okay. In case of liquefaction, generally from real experiment, how long will it take for the land to stay stable again? Is it still moving for days, more or less, even if the movement is very slow?
Okay, Jessica, you can maybe talk about how stable a landslide is after the main event has stopped, whether it continues to creep or what's the situation.
Yeah, maybe this is also important to explain more or less about the early warning system for landslide. And can you relate it with these questions? Thank you.
Well, the liquefaction event is very fast, and once it's a threshold, so once that threshold has been crossed, liquefaction will occur very rapidly. But then once the movement falls below that threshold, again, liquefaction is no longer occurring, and it behaves more like any other landslide movement. It'll be slower. And so there may be some extended landslide movement, but the liquefaction event itself, I think, would be relatively short, not days.
Yeah.
So
when it's dry, then it stops.
A good example of the lack of stability of the landslide material can be found from the May 12, 2008 earthquake in Wenchuan, China. You remember in China, they had a big earthquake 2008, about 12 years ago. It claimed about 90,000 lives and destroyed the city of a famous city, Wenchuan, a lot of damage. If you look at the photograph after the earthquake, many of the buildings have fallen down from the ground shaking and have been attacked by a landslide. Then 1 week later, the landslides have moved and covered the buildings more. And 1 month later, more and more. So the landslides, the appearance of the city was changing month by month by month. Finally, after 1 year, you would think if you went there that the main cause of damage from the earthquake was due to these big landslides. But those landslides were moving for many, many months after the earthquake because of rain and mobility. So there can be long-term mobility.
Yeah. Yeah, can I say something? So I think different to the liquefaction, the landslide, as Walter said, can move for a long time. It depends also on the interface of the land where they are sliding. But for the liquefaction, I would believe that when it happened during the strong shaking with certain durations. So after the strong shaking, after it is liquefied, then when it is dry, then it stops at all.
Yeah.
So it's not like landslide, but landslide, they can still moving.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Good question.
Good. Good questions. Thank you. So yeah, any other questions? Okay. If anyone also has the question about the Palu earthquake, I think we still have time to talk about it for about the previous presentations. So you can ask the questions of the landslide or liquefaction or the Palu earthquake. I think they are related. Okay. Here another question from Agung Saptaji, BBMKG Regional 2. Jessica, I'm very interested with landslide animation in OSU. What software was used to create the landslide animations shown earlier? And what inputs were included to make it? And where can we get the software and tutorials?
Yeah, that was the Iverson et al. 2015 paper. I don't quite remember the details, and I don't want to lead you astray, but I think if you look in that paper, it'll have everything, and maybe I can type in the...
Yeah, Iverson, where did they publish that report? Was it in Science magazine?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember, but I do believe on the USGS website, they do have mentions of it and little bits of the information. I could be.
Yeah, okay. Well,
I want to post more on the LMS once I have more information.
We can, you can post more later. And I can say that all the software from US Geological Survey is publicly available. So the answer is yes, you can have the program. The program is called Finite Difference. It's a finite difference numerical calculation. And it's a standard approach that you have to put in some assumed values, like the density of the soil, the cohesion, and the pore pressure. So all of this is described in the Iverson paper from 2015, and we can post the information on the learning management system. Thank you.
Okay, good. I think I'm going to read another last questions from YouTube. So actually we have this presentation also on YouTube. And this is the last question. We actually have some more questions, but we still have only 4 minutes. So we will have this one as the last one, the last question. And this question is very general. Can you tell us about disaster risk management and mitigation for liquefaction disaster to reduce the casualties? So I would say maybe I will add another word here: liquefaction and landslide disaster to reduce the casualties. So yeah, about disaster risk management, what can we do? As you said, one of them early warning system for landslide. I think it will be interesting if you can tell more and other things. Thank you.
You can start, Jessica, and I can jump in. The question is, you know, what kind of activities can be taken to reduce or to identify landslide and liquefaction risk and hazard?
Yeah, it's tricky because one of the most important things, as you've gathered about liquefaction, is the soil properties. So when looking at a specific site, you can maybe gather these information about the soil, but the larger Indonesia-wide early warning systems can't have that much information about these soil properties and have to rely more on precipitation data and slope or steepness analysis. And that's for like landslide liquefaction, the slopes. So I guess identifying these vulnerable slopes in specific regions and improving precipitation forecasting and the understanding of the ground moisture. But there are more things that you can do for earthquake liquefaction.
But I think for Indonesia, the problem is not so difficult because you have a very good knowledge of the topography, the shape of the mountains. We know that there's a lot of volcanic rocks on southern Java, southern Sumatra, and in the Timor and places. So the geological situation is very well understood, and a lot of it is susceptible. A lot of the geologic conditions have a landslide hazard. So I think you showed, Jessica, a landslide hazard map for Indonesia, which is based on the slope and the soil type. So given this information, it's possible to have a reasonable strategy to avoid building a hospital next to the side of a mountain, which is made from volcanic rocks. You have to move, you know, a kilometer away from it. So this kind of hazard planning is very well developed and is discussed by in many professional papers.
Yeah, it's a geotechnical engineering world, liquefaction hazard analysis.
Yeah,
okay.
It's more something done by what we call geotechnical engineers rather than seismologists or geologists. As you know, geotechnical engineering has to do with these kind of topics.
Okay, great. Yeah, as we have discussed many things, And I would say the main idea to have, I mean, to learn everything about the especially earthquake sciences. We have to mitigate or to reduce the casualties. So that is the final aim of us. So it was the good questions. So yeah, it's 12. We are coming to the end of the sessions. I would like to thank very much to the presenter for the discussions, to Walter, to Jessica, and to Marcella. So yeah, thank you very much, and please give applause to the presenter for the discussion and everything. Thank you. Budona, time is yours.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for Pak Supri and Pak Musli to be moderator for this session. Maybe Walter, do you want to say something for the closing statement in this session?
Yes, of course.
Yes,
We're very happy to have 65 participants, for everyone to stay the whole time. I see that people have stayed with us and they have asked many good questions, both spoken and on chat. And we look forward to seeing you here again tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much for our speaker. And
thank you very much, Walter, and also Jessica.
Yeah, thank you very much for Jessica
Muslim,
and Ken Pachi for your excellent session today. And once again, thank you very much for Walter, who always accompany us until session end. And thank you very much for facilitator and all participants in here. And see you next tomorrow with best day and best discussion. Bye.
Bye. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you.